Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Very quick, jump into the chat. Good morning, Nathan. Dopey Gorp, how you doing, pal? Keith Cornell and Stephen Marchant. How are you all doing? First and foremost, I'm still collecting my thoughts, really, because I've entirely prepared for an Edinburgh show with the slim possibility of coming to Newcastle. And as you'll know from the thumbnail and the members post, we've kind of popped things on its head. So it looks like we've got a Dreamliner about to push back for Dalaman. I think it's the first time we've seen a Dreamliner during one of our shows. In fact, we've not been here this early at Newcastle for some considerable time. So hope you're all doing well. So Nathan is in Scotland. Which part of Scotland, Nathan? And a big wave from Mark to Deborah. In fact, let's do this properly. Camera back on. Morning, Deborah. Morning, everybody. Sun is shining in Gotham City. Audrey McDonald, hello to you, Audrey. So we've got something of an unusual show today, insofar as we've just, off camera, taken ourselves off the planned location of Edinburgh, which have got a great day's action, but the A321 that is in today's show, that's taking Newcastle United off to Japan, as soon as I looked at it, I thought, yeah, going to have to do that. If it had been a plain one or something, plain, I definitely would have parked my interest and just see what brings Newcastle back. Nathan's in Edinburgh, as I nearly was. Oh, I don't know. Fine margins, this live stream caper. So sorry, is sound okay for everybody? Just checking that it's good while I pick the spiders out of my hair. Seems to be a lot of spiders zipping about. Must be their time of day. It's going to be a little bit hazy. Sun is at the far end of the track at the minute, although it's sort of moving round to my right. Probably your right as you're looking at it. Good morning, Robbo and Mark Sanderson. Hello to you both. Top of the morning to you. It's going to be one of those shows where I'm just going to have to stop saying Edinburgh because I'm sure that's going to keep slipping in. Well, while we wait for that one, let's have the pushback on the Chewy Dreamliner. So, a bit of an earlier start than we are accustomed to, but I'm pretty sure the Titan Airways inbound that we're here for is, well, it's due in at 7:49. I noted from Stephen Marchant's comment in the chat that it's transponding. I just don't know yet whether it's left. I've not delved that deep. Good morning, Carl Johnston. So, does she look good in the sun? Yep. Further down the runway, we have our first departure of the show. It's the Chewy phase of the show, I guess. And that's a 737 MAX 8, 5 years of age, off to Kos. So we'll cut to that in a second. It's just rounding the hairpin, ready to line up on runway 25. Still a westerly here. I'll do the windsock in a bit. The sock's stretching out, but it's certainly behind the hedge. I'm not feeling much at all in terms of breeze. Dr. Kersey, hello to you. Happy Sunday morning. Thanks, Dopey Gorp, confirming that. Our star plane is inbound, so we should get to see it fairly soon. There's going to be a bit of a gap. There's no good way of doing this, I don't think, because you know I don't like streaming when nothing is happening. It's not the way to go, but it's due to go out again about 10 o'clock. I think Flight Radar, last I looked, was indicating a 10 past 10 departure. Of course, with football teams, I think anything is possible, but one thing at a time. It's a good looking plane. Check it out on Flight Radar. She's a beaut. So has Foxy been out for her constitutional, Audrey, or is that pending? Robbo's giving us heads up on the wind, 280 degrees, 9 knots. Yeah, I think 9 knots. I said the windsock was stretching, but not in a way that's testing its anchoring. Right, we're rolling off to Kos. This is where I find out if I've got enough on the HDMI cable. Who knows? That was fine. I was just looking at the vapour trails and wondering if I was missing something. We might get some decent overfly potential today. Certainly it's more blue than less blue. Next departure, a 737-800 to Alicante, and that is Jet2 Holidays. I'll stay with the Dreamliner for the minute. So good morning to everybody and welcome to Newcastle, not Edinburgh. I'm Mark, if you don't know who I am. Mindful people are joining all the time. I've kind of ambled into a very informal opening of the show. I'm still collecting my thoughts. I went to bed last night not sure where I was going to be going, so I kind of have been up, not slept very well, wondering about things. So I've been up, I don't know, since about 20 to 3 or something like. Probably just as well as it did, because the departure for the A321 wasn't listed when I went to bed last night, and that was going to be the deciding card. And of course, if I'm doing Edinburgh, I need to be on the road by sort of 4:30 or thereabouts. Foxy's still asleep. God bless her. I bet our Eddie's still asleep as well, assuming the young'un is asleep. It's a kind of hierarchy of things, isn't it? Interdependencies, I think, might be the fancy word I was probably wrestling for. So here we go. Alicante, there's a whole bunch of folks on there looking forward to being by the pool by late morning. And I don't think they're going to be disappointed. I quite fancy being by the pool late morning. So, while we await our next departure, that Dreamliner to Dalaman, shout out to our friend John Mackenzie, who was going to be joining me on the Edinburgh stream. That's the other reason why we're able to be here today. We were going to meet up and John was going to be part of the stream. He managed to break his arm, which is no laughing matter at all, and therefore that's not going to be an option. So I know you'll all wish John very well. It's just such a shame, isn't it, having come all the way over from Hong Kong and then you get to see what A&E looks like. And there's going to be a firework moment as well, because when I reviewed the stream on, well, the last 2 Newcastle streams, I missed, and to my profound regret, John the Firewalker's 9-month celebration milestone. So let's do the fireworks now, actually. Thanks for your support, John. Sorry I didn't pick it up at the time, and there was a number of messages. Carl Johnston, I've just seen everyone's helped out on that, so thank you, Mark Sanderson, Dopey Gorp. Yeah, it is $1.99. We don't do hard sell on membership on this channel. think we do a good job for $199 a month, but do you know what? That's really for others to decide, not us. We try hard to do what it says on the tin. Whether we need a different tin, a bigger tin or whatever, I don't blinking know. But you get the general idea. Yeah, it's that. And you're right, Dopey Gorp. It is weird, isn't it? That there's no Englishification insofar as the membership is priced in sterling, but on the YouTube page, that little dollar sign is a dollar sign, not a pound sign, or if we were a German streamer, for instance, a euro sign. You think it might be a bit smarter than that, because it does ask which is your domiciled country. You kind of want to know that stuff for your tax. Spotted something I need to do. You know, I said at the start, I always put there's the windsock anyway. As you can see, it's showing a bit of Sunday interest. Let's just rest up on that Jet 2. I've just got to tape the HDMI cable where I want it. That departure was just starting to wiggle things a bit. Then I realised that's the one thing that I know I ain't done. Yeah. And as any streamer knows, you've got to look after your HDMI cables. There we go. Mackled that up, and a very good morning to HGC. Robbo, thank you for heads up on the A321. I am already excited. It's just crackers really. 1 minute you think you're going to Edinburgh, now you're at Newcastle. And yeah, well, it's a nice catch. We're going to get a good look at it. As you know, it's an A321 Titan Airways operated. It's a Neo as well. Let's just chuck all the labels out there. But it's basically been modded out as an exec jet. So, you know, it's got all the trimmings. We'll do a bit more on that in a bit. But the Dopey Gorps caused me to stumble in a good way. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. Gifting a membership, you are a mate. And 5-star mod to who got it? That's always the question. Railman. Welcome aboard, Railman. I don't know if you're in the show, but I think you get a notification anyway. So let's do some fireworks for Dopey Gorp. Let's just do the fireworks now. There you go, buddy. And I can't believe it, we've got some more great support. Ian Finley, don't leave the show just yet. I want to say thank you properly. I can't believe it. I've also received, or the channel has, a Ko-fi donation as well. £10 from Ian Finley. Can't stay, good morning, can't stay long, have a good stream. Well, you'll be able to catch it up later, and I suppose the beauty of this one is it's going to have a couple of clear highlights, the departure of the A321 and, well, its arrival, should I say, get them in the right sequence. Ian and Dopey Gorp have just taken I'm in the happy place, I'm up in the clouds. Anyway, awesome stuff. And good morning to Railman. And I see you in the show. That is brilliant when a gifted membership lands with somebody that is watching. But have a great day, Ian Finley. I don't know if you're working or off out doing something fun. I rather hope it is the latter. Looks like, certainly if you've got a taste of this weather, and if we had gone to Edinburgh, I'm sure the forecast was pretty good there. I think I was going to be wearing as much sun cream as clothing, whichever destination I ended up at. I suppose I better get myself lined up properly with this inbound A321 because, in fact, the clouds appeared now, which is not unhelpful. It's only light cloud, but it just takes a bit of the glare off, because I think if I telescope that one, it probably counts twice, does it not, no big up? I'm thinking it does. Kind of feels like it should if you kind of fall into that space. Oh dear. So another Jet 2 departure is hoving neatly into view. Although I don't see it on my flight radar. Oh, I do. I lie. This one's off to Ibiza, and the Chewy that is adjacent is... well, I've got a fat finger thing going on today. I keep getting up that plane. Curious. Ah, I see. There is another Jet 2 that has turned, pushed back and turned just the other side of the terminal. That's what I'm slightly bemused by. Doesn't take much to bemuse me. We've also got British Airways stand. I don't think they're due to go out yet a while, but... So today we're a bit like fishermen, really, or fisher ladies, if you want to think about it. So, you know, we're here for the big prize. It's a decent array of movements dotted about. Just put myself back on camera while we're in this social phase. So yeah, feels like the place to be, really. I'm hoping. Yeah, probably I could tell the sentence. I've just seen the health warning from Edinburgh. Exactly. Don't curse it, Mr. PSA. Yeah, I do have a solid track record for trying to tempt fate, don't I? Guilty as charged. So Robbo confirms that A321 is on a 10-mile final. Roger that. So I suppose I've got to get it up on flight radar so I can just be certain I can vector onto it. Oh, it's closing up fast by the look of it. It's crossed the coast and is really just running southwest of Cramlington, which is smallish town or largest town, depending on your calibration of towns in the locality. Mark Sanderson, apparently, and we'll do a bit more on the journey in a bit, but the broad strokes are, the rumour mill is that they were going on a Saudia 777, and for some reason that plane wasn't available. Right, I've got our baby, so let's get me off screen. So yeah, they are, but when I tell you a bit more about the plane in a bit, they're not slumming it. It's not like going on a regular 321. Yeah, so fair amount of glare. I'll not try and chase on it hard yet. Let's just bring ourselves in a little bit. So yeah, Tashkent, as you'll see from flight radar, is their break point, which by my rough remembrance, because I was a bit groggy this morning, is about 3,000 miles away. I think that sounds like a former Soviet republic, but it's a long time since I gave that any particular thought. Stopped doing my geography at 16. Right, let's just see what we can do here. Sorry folks, I'm just trying to get got it. glare is a little bit formidable at the minute, but that will ease for me anyway. So here she is, star of the show. We do have somebody else on the way out. I can see a couple of planes, but we'll stay with this for a bit longer. Obviously, she's hogging the runway at the minute, but probably going to take a couple of pictures once I find the right spot. That's just me firing off a banker picture with the tower in shot. But there you go. This is my plane of the day. I know it's risky to call it this early, but why wouldn't you? Robbo's plane of the day on this as well. I can see out the bottom of my eye, and in no particular order. Just spotted, who did I spot? Simon E. Good morning, Simon E. Ian Finley on the decorating, which is actually what I'm doing when I'm not streaming at the minute. Kind of thing Mrs. PSA thinks I'm very fond of. And to be fair, I've got halfway around the house and then things kind of petered out because we have the granddaughter most of the week, so not really conducive. She'd help quite cheerfully. Oh, this is going off to the BizJet terminal. That's a shame. Although that does give me another chance to get a shot in front of the tower. So let's have that. Right, it's holding for the departure, so let's be hoping we'd get a front-on boarding. So, EasyJet to Malaga is the plane you are gazing on. Let's just get a glimpse. The Eagle has landed. So apparently that is fitted out with, I would say 48 leather chairs, if you will, seats. Lots of space, onboard chef, precision, best part of 6 foot personal space. It certainly says that on their website. Generally, it sounds like a really plush ride. Space to socialise and network, it did say. I was kind of imagining how that might work with a football team. I'm sure they'll be doing a huge amount of networking. I don't know to what extent they play cards these days either. Not like the old days, card school at the back of the bus. Right. So next up, and I see we've got Darren Hadley, milestone moment, 6 months membership, so fireworks imminent for that. And this is a jet to Ibiza. Party time at breakfast time. DB Bassman. Yeah, it's definitely a strange looking EasyJet. And good morning, Martin, 1972. Hope you are well. So, star plane due out at 10 o'clock. If they can carole the whole of the squad together. Apparently they were playing last night at Hull City. Let's go to the Chewy that's over there on the far stand. In fact, let's go to the stairs at the back. Being withdrawn to me. Tug's all clipped on. I think that's going to be going fairly quickly. Right, Darren Hadley's fireworks. Darren, thanks for your loyal support, mate. Here we go. So a bit more me time. In fact, I should have had my drink of water. I'm not really quite hooking it up this morning. Ooh, yeah. So it does look like the Great British Summertime has actually arrived, which is pretty damn nice. Good morning, Ash Watts. How you doing, Ash? And did I see Nell W? Wasn't expecting to see you today, Nell. I thought you'd be on your way into Eiffel. Hope you're doing well. Blinking heck. Keith Cornell, you're the king. You just made my screen go green. The viewing window, which is yay big, has just got this big green block in it. Thank you, mate. Keith's dropped a whopping 5 gifted memberships, and I don't know what to say first. I know, let's welcome aboard. Let's just see who we've got. Okay, Derek Becky Davis, who's not long celebrated her birthday. Oops, skip me off screen. Helicopter inbound. We'll do the fireworks in a second. Chigwell's finest. I get nervous now with helicopters after the drama on Friday when we had those 2 police choppers, and then all of a sudden my signal just crashed. Like it had all of the essence sucked out of it. Coincidence, I know, but superstitious fellow like me. Oh, that's a very gentle approach. So, gifted memberships while we're doing that. Derek, Becky Davis, Ray Gorman, Christian Gardner and Ice Stoner. Welcome aboard. Don't really know my helicopters, but is that an Augusta 109? I don't know why I said that really, because as I say, I don't know my helicopters. Just fancied chancing my arm. Being sporty on that one. Right, let's do it. Keith Cornell, and I see somebody else has very kindly gifted 5 memberships, so I'm going to have to hold that thought. Keith Cornell, thanks mate. Really appreciated, and of course everything that's coming in is going on to the Zurich trip, and anything that's spare on top of that is going to go on to something else. It only ever goes on content at Plain Sailing Aviation. Eddie and I spend not one bean on ourselves out of it. It's, you know, unless you've specifically instructed, as Alibi did on Wednesday, that Eddie had to get himself a burger with his tip. But that's the exception, not the norm. Right, where were we? Keith's Fireworks. But the excitement is not limited to that, because our superstar moderator, or one of our superstar moderators, Dopey Gorp, has already gifted membership and has now dropped a further 5. Absolutely splasheroony. Super stuff. And thank you so much, Dopey Gorp. Fireworks for you, pal. Right, we better investigate who got them. Ali Pick, Steve May. It's hard to read in the glare, but that looks like Myth. Giant Coin Stacks, I do know. Pete Leeds 1303. And good morning to Gary Fleming. Hope all is good with you, Gary. I think I'll put the camera back up now, can't I? So, hope all is good. Ooh, that's interesting. Robbo says that chopper we saw arrive a few minutes ago is a spook. Does that mean someone important's on it? Always makes me think that's what it does, and it was a very genteel approach in. There was, you know, that's got to be the softest of soft landings. Spook. No W, yes, you see you're dovetailing in, aren't you, with the conspiracy theory, I think, with this one. Black Ops or Black Chopper. Either which way, it's someone who doesn't want to announce their presence in Newcastle, I would suggest. Oh, Robbo. I think I half fessed up, didn't I? I think the Augusta 109 might be the only one I can ever remember, and I'm getting used to the Augusta profile now. But I'm buzzing with that. I'm going to be wrong about loads of other stuff before we finish the show, because that's what I do well. But when you get one right, it's a warm feeling. Oops, what's that? Didn't mean to press that button. No sniggering at the back. Arthur Rompe, good morning. What's up indeed? Well, a bit of extravagant, stylish, exceptional A321 bizjet travel, I suppose, with Newcastle United flying out with Titan Airways and that. I can't remember who they're operating for all of a sudden. Hit a blank. Four Seasons. Sounds like a cheese or a pizza or something, doesn't it? But nah. Four Seasons Jet Experience. So that's who Titan are operating for. And if you Google the Four Seasons Jet Experience, it gives you a whole load of spiel about the plane and its specification and stuff. So even though I think we'd naturally have preferred a triple or a Dreamliner, or let's be really greedy, 747, A340, I think the livery alone has kind of indicated the decision to come here rather than do the regular Edinburgh show, because what we would have spent on doing that, we would just do that on another day now, so it's kind of like a win-win for everybody. Robbo's going with Black Ops on that. Does that mean I'm going to get bagged up for filming it? So if a couple of burly geezers come and bag me up, you know what's happened to me. I'm off to Tashkent or somewhere too. Right, DB Bassman. I do indeed know where Newcastle are playing and where, so, well, in a fashion. So let me consult my notes, because these bits aren't particularly memorable. In fact, they're not even in my notes. As I say, I only switched onto this when I got up, so old school. Now, Newcastle United played Hull City, as many of you will know, last night at Hull. I think Eastern Airways brought them back yesterday evening, I think. So they are playing, wish I'd written this better, somebody that looks a bit like Urara Red Diamonds on Wednesday, 31st of July. And then on the Saturday, they are playing Yokohama F Mariners. It's apparently, it's described as a tournament, but it doesn't sound very tournament-ish. J-League International Series 2024. Apparently, it's a while since Newcastle last visited Japan, so... Oops, it's gone to the right. So we've got a Jet 2, not Jet 2, a Chewy. Got Jet 2s on the brain today. I actually see too many Jet 2s in it, kind of like Jet 2, Jet 2. Excellent, Gary Fleming. Right, I suppose I better investigate where this plane is going. So it was quite a full apron when I got here. I did muse on starting an even earlier stream, so those of you that need that little bit more shut-eye, I was in your corner, to be honest. I thought, I've done 6 o'clock streams here before, and that does work well for everybody that is to the west of us in different time zones, much less well in the UK. And trying to get the balance sometimes is a tricky old one. Right, what was I attempting to do? Find out, wasn't I, where this plane is going, the one that is on the screen. It's the only one transponding, so that's curious. Because that, oh no, it's not, I've just got to move the screen over a bit more. It's not the only one transponding. So it's off to Mahon, and that's Menorca, isn't it? I've flown there myself many years ago with Eddie and Mrs. PSA. I think we went there 4 years on the trot, so much did we like it. So this aircraft is due out at 5 to 8, so I can't see any reason why it ain't going to be going soon. I'm just curious about the British Airways departure as well. So when I was walking to this spot, they had one going out about 6:05 this morning. So I think, depending on how things line up as well, we'll try and catch Newcastle's return flight, because it doesn't follow necessarily. They probably will come back with the A321. I don't know to what extent they need the aircraft when they're in Japan. I don't know where the locations are. Japan's bigger than you kind of imagine, isn't it? So I don't think we get many Japanese viewers. We do get some, and I ought to learn good morning really in Japanese, but I think elementary pronunciation of English is still probably a bit further up the priority list. Sarah Louise, good morning to you. How are you doing? So just jogging back to our star plane. Apparently the A321 Neo, this was some really back of a fag packet homework this morning. Like I say, I prepped up for a full Edinburgh show and we're here. And there's not a lot of the content that kind of is going to read across. But you do what you do, don't you? And hold that thought, because DB Bassman, another great friend of the show, has very kindly dropped us a super chat, a factor 50 top up. You know it makes sense, DB. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. This is the fireworks now. See if we can get a bit more of the plane on the screen and my fat head. So I now see another plane transponding, which I'm curious about. Let's have a look. Ah, it's because Sarah Louise has joined the show. Air France Hop, and it is one of the. This is increasingly rare in my experience of spotting now. It's in the funky Hop livery, which they were phasing out, they still are phasing out because you don't see it as often. So it's not one of my favourites. I way prefer the modern Air France livery. I'm not a Hop man, but it's a nice natty little plane as well. It's an Embraer 170 standard, so 15 years of age. It's transponding, and I can just see the very tip of the tail fin. So obviously the height profile of, it's quite a low slung plane really, isn't it? But we're rolling, so let's get me off screen. So let's get back on it. Rab H, what are you doing here? You're meant to be, are you at Knockhill? Lovely to see you, buddy. And you've got awesome weather. Do you know what? It must just be that for once everybody's getting the rub of the green. I don't know how Nell's doing in Brussels. I don't know whether you've confided on the weather front. But let's face it, we all deserve some decent weather. Temperatures here, DB Bassman treating me to a bit of extra factor 50. Pretty judicious really, I think. We've got temperatures around, well, it was 12 in the car when I came in here, but it's warmed up quite significantly. So I'm going to guess it's around 16, 17 degrees at the minute. It's going to rise to around 21, 22. Show close, we're going to finish with the Emirates triple. So hoping that comes in pretty much on time. So that'll be the absolute plan. Nice sedate taxi out. I'll keep an eye out for the Air France movement, because I'm not going to see, it'll probably be the only Embraer 170 we'll see in the show. Oh, when I think about it, folks, remiss of me, if you've not already, please do drop us a like. It's that thing again, isn't it, about, ooh, helicopter. Now this doesn't look like an Augusta, this looks more like that Northumbria helicopters one. I think I took the chopper emoji off. In fact, they're all Edinburgh emojis, aren't they? Oh dear. There you are. Not sliding out without me catching you. Air France hop. Do you know what? I used to be fairly critical of this livery, but it's now kind of growing back on me. How's that? Is it scarcity that does that? It's scarcity that makes you like it more. Well, Pegasus will have to get a lot scarcer before I like that one. But let's not open that can of worms. Rab, have a great time at Mockhill. Sounds like you need the Factor 50 on as well. Joseph Dixon, oh crikey, I'm trying to pan and read. Good morning to you. Yeah, panning and reading's probably not the way to go. So I think with the lunchtime finish, I'm going to be joining Ian Finley in that purgatory, or joy depending on your perspective, of a bit of redecorating. I think that's going to be plan A for this afternoon. Alan 5919, hello to you and thank you for your kind words. Really appreciate it. And good morning to Bruce 747. How goes it? In fact, there was something you posted the other day which I missed in the show but caught afterwards about the price of the helicopter trips over Newcastle. £199 for 30 minutes, I think you said. I think that's going on my birthday list for next year. Good cripes. Telescope. I don't believe it. Oh, I picked a telescope up. 19. No, 19. Just too chilled out. It's shocking. I think this is inbound from Dublin, which is even worse because I knew it was coming. So apologies, team. Can't see that. So forfeit for number 10, telescope 10, that happens on the 18th of August. We probably should be putting our collective grey matter to what happens for number 20. It won't be a helicopter ride, mind you. That's sort of like, that option will be a birthday type treat between Mrs. PSA and our Eddie. Unbelievable. Alright, let's not make it worse. Let's get back to the action. Oh dear. And worse, Dopey Gorp's in the show. I know, you're not going to slam me for it. So, this is the Chewy 737 to Mahon. So apart from telescopes, I do apologise folks for the emoji selection today. As regulars of the show will know, I always vary them according to where we were going. So you'll see in the deck actually the emoji options. We've even got a new one for Air Canada Minty Blue, because that's the plane that was assigned today, which is why that was on the thumbnail. So Carl Johnston looking for a chopper for 34th birthday should I say. Sounds a plan. Yeah, Dopey Gorp, Sarah Louise, come on! Crush a man while he's down. Andy P, good morning to you. Tell him. Well, it was a slam dunk miss as well. I'm starting to get too laid back today. Really am. Robbo called it in the chat as well. There's just nowhere to hide, is there? Outrageous. 19. No, 19. Just thinking how many times 19 I am in chronological years. I'm more than 3 times that. Bloody hell now. Dear me, keep it clean. Joseph Dixon, good luck with your job interview tomorrow. What you being interviewed for? Main thing is, go get them. Go get them. Always think, get a good night's sleep, look the part, and know a bit about what you're going to have to talk about, and the rest of the world is golden. Well, no question, that is the fastest climbing plane we've seen in today's show. Still more to play for, but that's not too shabby. Yeah, Bruce, I'd cheap enough, but not every day, so yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think that's, I ain't got 199 quid spare, so that's why I ain't going to be doing it outside of a birthday. You know, I kind of have I've got various bits and bobs that I like to spend my dough on, but no, that'll be do it next summer, I think, spring. I'm not entirely reconciled to a helicopter ride either. I'm going to do it, I've just got to make peace with it, you know. It's a bit like the Tiger Moth thing, isn't it, really? I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm still wondering whether, when it comes to actually walking to the actual plane, whether I'll get a little bit weak-kneed. I don't think I will, but easy to talk. It's all about the walk, isn't it? I can't believe it, Andy P. How have you managed to do cloudy in Glasgow? Forecast for Edinburgh today look mint, and it's none too shabby here. Perhaps you've got better to come. Or, because it is a westerly, you're giving us a foretaste of what is to come. I don't know. Watch this space. Sam Thurlaway, good morning, Sam. Happy Sunday morning. Keith Cornell, Michelle's obviously under the weather. That's not quite the right way of putting it. She has a long-term condition, but an aspect of that is it absolutely erodes her energy levels. So she and I are in touch, and she'll be with us when she can. It's, you know, it's one of those ones. I think we're all, those of us that are of a certain vintage, we probably have a few bits and bobs we need to manage, and Michelle's situation is more complicated than that, but you know, she sends her love, and I know that from the previous shows that massive love towards Michelle, great friend of our channel. But yeah, she'll join us when she's got the energy levels for it. And if you're watching, Michelle, don't get on the keyboard, just suffice to know that we're all thinking of you. Bruce of my calibre. 2.2 or 177? Probably 177. Nah. I think with the channel, you see, if we get what we get in terms of income, and we've got some great friends with the channel, and what we like to do outside of that is generally where my spare dough goes. So it's just one of those things that we do. Madrid will be a great example. That the channel paid for not one penny of that. Eddie and I did that one because we knew we wanted to do it, and we knew that you guys would enjoy watching it. And you know what? That makes sense. We get a lot of people put their hard-earned our way, and it's nice to reciprocate. But no, we kind of, the channel is all-consuming, I guess, in that sense. Ooh, I can hear a helicopter. Why can't I see a helicopter? Better get me off screen, haven't I? All right, Andy P had the sun, and it's gone. So where's our windsock? There's our windsock. There's vectoring on it. So I think we are still west-south westerly. Let's have a quick butcher's. Westerly. Apparently it will move towards southwesterly through the morning, but wind speeds will be around 15 mile an hour, something in that region. I guess 12, gusting up to 15, so somewhere in the region of 12 and a bit knots. We'll pick up that chopper as soon as it comes into our zone. In Nicholson, what do I do outside the channel? Amazingly, much less than you'd think. I think most live streamers would reflect that various aspects of running a channel consume quite a bit of time. We have the granddaughter in the week, and whereas I'm not the prime player, you'd be reassured to know, man as irresponsible as me, but no, in all seriousness, sort of Monday to Thursday I am heavily tied to home, so when I do get out and stream, it's because Mrs. PSA is, well, being double superb. I've got an allotment. I ain't got much time for anything else really at the minute. If you think about all the stuff you kind of do at home or squeeze in at home as well, like at the minute I'm picking up the brushes again on a redecorating cycle, your garden and stuff like that. No glamour for me. I think everything from a channel point of view, so obviously pointing the camera is what it is. There you go, a couple of buses. Oh, these are going to be Newcastle United on their way perhaps, although they wouldn't bring them in from this side, would they? Wouldn't make any sense. High rollers presumably would actually, unless you can't enter, there you can enter the airfield on the other side, I've seen it. Well, either which way, it's no coincidence that we've had an A321 come in to collect a bunch of footballers and 2 buses. We'll see if anyone's on it. Check the one at the back. There's not anyone on that, so let's go to the one at the front when it comes out the bushes. I think they're empty. Yeah, you can say the footballers ain't come that way. We've seen the team bus over that side before. It's going to rest us on the tower on account that the music is and the action is a bit spotty. Good morning, Giant Coin Stacks. I've just spotted you in the chat. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, Audrey, chats, the only people who can remove the chats are either the people who posted or the moderators. And if you suffer like I do with you typing away and you realise you've gone too fast for your brain, you end up having to delete it and go again. I think WhatsApp's my particular peeve. So let's just have a look, see. I'm going to do the arrival information first. So there is a gap expected today, so we knew that when we laid the stream on. I'm just going to consult my notes. Let me just put myself back up, be sociable. Should have brought some tea with me, then I could have had a brew with you all. So we kind of knew that there would be a bit of a gap between sort of 9 and 9:30. Not quite expecting it just yet. A lie. 9:25 to 9:50 is another gap period. So what's that all with? So KLM are running a little bit late. That won't be bad for us. British Airways are due in at 9:05. Checking out the departures as well. So primarily we're here for the A321, so if folks need to go get breakfast, walk the dog, the main thing to know is 10 o'clock is when the star plane goes. Good morning to anybody that's just joined the show as well, and of course that gentle plea on likes. Small channels, likes really do count, double bubble. So grateful if you could give us a like if you like what we're doing. So that the action's just a little bit slow, but the way it goes. So a couple of things here. Silsek, good morning to you in Germany. What part of Germany? I absolutely love Germany. I need to go back to Germany. I love Frankfurt, Munich and Dusseldorf. Gives you a clue that it's all about aviation. I've yet to stray much further off the piece, so to speak. Ian Nicholson, you're an incorrigible rogue and a great friend to the channel. So I've just spotted you've dropped a membership in the chat, and that's gone to Tellboy57, and we do know Tellboy57, so welcome back Tellboy57. Hoping Tellboy's in the chat, but whichever which way, very kind of you mate, because you were very generous to us the other day. Okay, so let's get that in my book, and let's do some fireworks. Get my mush off the screen. Cue fireworks. So back in the chat, Silsek is Mossel, stroke Eiffel. Now Nell W, one of our moderators who was in the show earlier on, she is off to spend 3 weeks on a farm which is in the Eiffel region. So it just shows you that in the aviation community it's a small world for all sorts of unscripted reasons. And good morning to Mohawk, Scotland. Top of the morning to you, my friend. Right, let's just see what I think is supposed to happen. So Ryanair should be our next departure, and we know where they are, snuck in there next to BA. I'm just curious what time British Airways go, and they go at 9:30. Oops, get me back. Smaller world still. So Silsek is close to Trier, the oldest city in Germany, over, let's have a look, over 2,000 years old. That is some antiquity there, definitely. And Audrey MacDonald has been there. Case in point, really. We might be dotted around all over the place, but it's amazing how much common experience there is. Indulging me though, because obviously, as I've described, my knowledge is much more limited. In terms of Frankfurt, Munich, Dusseldorf, well, if it's Eiffel, I'm thinking it's probably a bit more Dusseldorf-y, is it? Anyway, we're going to be going back to Germany. We did think the members might vote for the next away day to be that one. Hamburg came second, the last but one poll, but got beat by Zurich this time, so we're off to Zurich later, well, in August. Mohawk, Scotland, I think you're going to like this Titan as well. I've not seen it before. It's worth, if you fetch it up, if you've not already, on Flight Radar 24, it's not your bog standard Titan, and I think that's what tempted me to make the switch. I thought if I don't do it, I'll not see it. I'll probably never see it again. And I kind of gambled, really. Oh, Silsek says Cologne is close and Frankfurt as well. Excellent. Cologne is definitely somewhere that I've got on my radar to visit. I think somebody suggested that as a possible live stream location a couple of polls back as well. Back to the question, really. Ian Nicholson was asking about other things that you do outside aviation, but apart from planning the streams, you know, your everyday ones, if you're going to take the show somewhere unfamiliar, there's an awful lot more work involved in terms of everything from where you're going to stand, what kit will the airline, if you're going with a plane, you know, what will they allow, what price options and all the rest of it, because you can go anywhere, can't you, if you can throw the dollars around, but if you're trying to be pretty tight with it. Oh, Luxembourg, only 30 minutes away. Don't they get a lot of freight in Luxembourg, I'm thinking. Mohawk, Scotland. Yeah, Orlando International, I think would be incredibly cool. Well, figuratively, I think I'd probably melt. We went Orlando back in the late 80s, and I think I've referenced this anecdote before. We came late evening, so you imagine the kind of thing. You've come off a cold plane, cold airport terminal. Those who've made this journey or similar will know what I'm talking about. Air-conditioned bus to the hotel, to your air-conditioned bedroom and all the rest of it. Got up the next day, had an absolutely fantastic breakfast, wandered down just to have a look at your bearings, and went out to the poolside area. I thought I was going to die. It was like sucking on a hairdryer. Literally, you couldn't feel any breath going in your body. It was, well, a bit of getting used to. After that, it was brilliant. It's amazing how quickly you do get used to that kind of thing. So we're just going to pivot the camera away a minute. As you can see, front gates, we haven't got an awful lot. It was the risk when I laid the show on, actually, that we probably struggle for live rolling action. That's why we don't tend to stream from Newcastle on a Sunday. It's a difficult day for this location for continuity. Breakfast time with Sarah Louise, awesome. I think I might reach for my lunch in a minute. I'm a bit of a wriggle butt when it comes to thinking about food, and of course this channel, it's one of the things we do think about. Good morning, Terry the artist. How are you going, Tel? You must have some blue sky. You must have. It seems everybody but Andy P has got blue sky at the minute. Although a bit like Andy P, I think the clouding over is becoming a thing. So as you can see, pretty empty. I think we've only got a couple of planes in at the minute, plus the 321. Unhelpfully, I was hoping they were going to plop it over there on the remote stand, but they've actually put it in the BizJet park. Which, well, it is what it is, isn't it? All blue says tell. Blue skies. I was checking the prospects of overflies. I think to my left, sky's pretty blue. To my right, it's a light scraping of cloud, to be honest. Let's see what Meta say. High cloud, very high cloud. Well, to my eye it was. Meta says few clouds at 1,000 foot. Kind of looks a little bit higher, but I'll believe him. Yeah, Andy P, I think caution on all matters weather. For those of you that are in the show from Northumberland, I'm going to guess you had a lot of rain yesterday. We certainly did. Absolutely slammed it down. Caused me to recheck the forecast for today, to be honest. I thought, well, it looks like the kind of weather, you've been watching the Olympics, kind of got off to a very wet, soggy start, didn't it? So Ash Watts has got a week of sunshine near Daventry. Well, odds are going to come your way then, aren't they, potentially, for some tasty overfly shots? Trouble is, the weather gets too good, you get the other problems that come with being too good, but you can't beat good light, can you? Or actually being able to see the things in the first place. So where are we now? 8:42. I'm expecting that Ryanair to push back momentarily, because they like to get away promptly. Although it ain't transponding, so there's an obvious... Well, I don't think it's transponding. Let's just refresh this. yeah, not transponding at the minute, so maybe I'm being a bit premature with my optimism. Ooh, Terry the artist has spotted the BEA Retro en route to Stockholm. I check for that one every day, if I'm honest, and obviously we've all got planes we like, but yeah, I was really hoping that we'd catch that one today. We've actually got a BEA emoji now as well. I don't think it's packed for today because it wasn't listed for Edinburgh yesterday, so I kind of oofed it out to make way for something else. So if you want peace and solitude, this is the place to come at the minute. That's the direction the action's coming from, I think. So while we're shooting the breeze, chewing the fat, when I was prepping up for, well, it turned out to be the Edinburgh show, but it's a generic point that works well for, well, any show, to be honest, because it really grabbed me. It was in the following thing was in the Guardian, as in the Guardian newspaper, but it was Guardian online, kind of popped up. I think everything that's aviation seems to come my way, and it was talking about, let me just check my notes, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Single pilot flight decks. Apparently Airbus and Dassault have got some kind of discussions that are being explored, if you will, with the European Aviation Safety Agency. Whether that's just that kind of testing the parameters of something, but not necessarily planning to do it anytime soon, I don't know. It's a bit like the autonomous cars, and of course we know with drones and everything, autonomous flight has been around for some time now, hasn't it? Quite some time, if you think about it. But yeah, I was kind of curious with that one, what folks thought about that one. Single pilot flight decks. Does it make you feel more confident about flying, more anxious about living under a flight path? Can't quite decide. I think that was the thought I went to bed with last night, actually, thinking, oh, would I feel excited about that? Or, let's be honest, the tech is plenty good enough to fly these planes, and in as many situations, when pilots get into difficulty, it's often because the tech is giving them conflicting and inaccurate information. So it's almost like, there's your point of commonality. It's all about the tech being bulletproof. But I'd still say you need a brain to be able to wrestle with things. But I don't know. There's lots of crash reports, isn't there, that talk about pilots being confused by what they could see and other, what their instruments are reading. Anyway, firework moment. So I just throw that one out there because that did catch my eye and did cause me some ponderous musing. So, Finnair A350 fan, Dallas, Australia, member for 3 months. Wow, 3 months of friendship and watching you. Well, it's great to have you with us, my friend. We do well with Australian supporters as well, which is really nice. And New Zealand, for that matter. Particularly as our broadcast times don't neatly work. So, cue fireworks. And while I'm thinking about it, good morning to David. Hello to you. And I'm with you, Mohawk Scotland. It's that you always need redundancy, and I'm sure that's why, let's get me back on screen. I'm sure that's why autonomous cars aren't progressing in the way that certainly were being indicated, 5 years ago. A lot of work piling into it, but it's the imperfections, isn't it? If you think about the imperfections of our roads, And then if you do have an autonomous car, who's servicing it? Because all those sensors are going to have to be spot on. You think of the times you drive along and you see some absolute heap of junk come flying past you, belching out smoke or whatever. Now if that car was being autonomously driven, or perhaps it wouldn't drive at all if its emissions were that toxic, but you know, you see cars, don't you, on the road, not as many as you used to, perhaps, but in real bad state of disrepair kind of vehicles. Anyway, this is an interesting thought. A lot of money involved, isn't there? So if you think about it, if the regulator was sympathetic to single pilot flight decks, I think they'd probably go through a phase of still expecting some latent reserve capacity on the plane, but it's probably a bit like, I think we mentioned this a couple of shows back, you know, you think about the heavy quad jets and the requirement for, well, for long flights to be a quad-jetted flight or a tri-jetted flight. Back to that question of redundancy, you know, in terms of having enough power to get out of trouble, and the days of having a flight engineer and everything. Yeah, I'm with you as well, DB Bassman. I think it's right that the techobods test these things to the nth degree, but I think the consequences of an accident, I mean the aviation industry has got an enviable record, hasn't it, certainly in European airspace in terms of safety, and there's a reason for that, you know. But you kind of think about some of the crashes that happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, all the learning that flowed from that. But you still come down to trying to need safety nets. John McKenzie, do not apologise, mate. Really do not apologise. I can't believe what's happened to you. I'm so looking forward to catching up today, but it's the way it goes. I was thinking about what has happened to you. Lloyd Bell, another member of our community, broke his arm down at Kirkliston, down on Almond Bank. I think around Christmas time, turn of the year, slipped over, took a jaunty angle down to the deck. Hopefully you didn't get to spend too long in A&E, because you know it's not ideal, is it, if you find yourself at A&E on a Saturday night or a Friday night, for example. I don't think you've told us what you were doing either, whether you were enjoying being in Scotland too much or just unlucky. Linda Cooper, good morning to you, Linda. Hope you're doing well. Yes, that's an interesting point, isn't it, in Nicholson? And go straight to it. You've got tech sensors. I mean, you look at the amount of pitot tubes bristling around an aircraft and all the other bits and pieces they've got. Let's just move the camera around. And you know flat well, think about any other tech that you get, you know, false alarms or the parameters on a particular sensor are, for good reasons, fairly intolerant, if is that a better way of putting it, is there? You're going to have to override things, aren't you? Main thing is, don't rely on me to do any of that. So good morning as well, while I think about it, to anybody else that's in the show but not yet in the chat. If you're not subscribed to the channel yet, give it a go, it's entirely free, and then you can jump into the chat and say hi. We're a small group in show this morning in terms of audience and whatever, but small and perfectly formed, I think. I can hear a light aircraft. Unless I'm imagining it, which I don't think I am. Good thing I'm not on lookout, isn't it? We'd all be getting strafed. Why I can't see that? I'm blown. Yeah, the Olympics, just looking, DB Bassman's comment, I did feel for everybody with the conditions. That boat parade they had, and conditions were just dreadful. Absolutely horrible. When I went to bed, I was watching a little bit of what they got going on in the studio, and it was tipping it down. You can see the water streaming down the external glazing. And when I got up in the morning, it was still raining. I thought, geez. To be fair though, I'm not really an enthusiast of opening ceremonies, to be honest. I've been opening ceremony pooper. Well, the good news, oh no, it's not. It's still that the A321, they've just left it transponding away. So that is due out at 10. I was going to say, I thought the Ryanair, that you can see on right of screen, it was transponding. Ah, thank you, Robbo. The sound I could hear then must have been, although Cyrus SR22 transiting. I just couldn't pick it up at all. Although I can now. See where you mean. Running flight radar off a different sim today, but for some reason it's still a bit sticky. I think it's more a case that my tablet doesn't like it. Audrey's polished off breakfast. I'm ready for my second breakfast, I think. Breakfast at sort of 3:15 in the morning. Very necessary at the time, but you kind of want to top up, don't you, 6 hours later or thereabouts. Although I pity the day that I've not got an appetite for a snack. So that Cyrus SR22 seems to be making for the coast towards Seaton Sluice. I did wonder if it was going to hook in and actually bring itself into Newcastle. We'll see what happens there. Aircraft in question, 20 years of age. I quite like that single-engined, I can't remember the exact model, but the Cyrus jet that we saw at Edinburgh a few streams back. One of my absolute favourites. The one that looked like a V1 flying bomb with a cockpit attached to the front of it. Jonathan Gaming. Good morning, Jonathan. Right, so behind me, I've got an Embraer 195E2 from Edinburgh. I wonder if I'll be able to pick that one up. Keep an eye out for it. Looks a bit too far away actually, on reflection. Just going to give you a rest from me because I'm going to have a little tinker with the tripod. I think this wants a little bit letting out the front. Yeah, it's exactly that. So good morning to anybody that has just joined the show. I'm Mark here at Newcastle. Our change of plan show, not at Edinburgh. So do not adjust your set. We have not long ago seen the arrival of the Titan Airways operated, well, what did we say it was called? I've forgotten already. Four Seasons Jet Experience. That's what I'd like to say. There we go. Four Seasons Jet Experience A321 200 Neo. So that recently arrived from Stansted and is due out with the Newcastle United football team at 10 o'clock. I think flight radar's currently showing it as a 10 past 10 departure. But I've got a feeling if they can get them all on the plane soon enough, they'll be gone on time on the way to Japan. I think a few eyebrows being raised by the choice of an A321, but it is very much a luxury bizjet. As we were saying earlier, 48 leather seats, onboard chef, doctor, socializing space, blah 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 blah. And the aircraft itself has a range of just shy of 4,000 nautical miles, so it's got a decent range on it. They're going to break the trip at Tashkent, which I think is roughly equidistant on its onward way to Japan. And it's further 3,610 miles onwards from Tashkent to Japan, so as good a spot as any. So, British Airways making good time on the way up the coast. We've got a 319 baby bus, sadly not the one in BEA livery, as Terry the artist has recently confirmed that plane is off to Stockholm. So, bog standard one for us. So, 17 years of age the aircraft, registered Golf, Delta, Bravo, Charlie, Juliet. I don't think I've seen that one before, but at the minute it's bobbing along at just over 13,000 feet and should be with us in 13 minutes according to the Munchkins at Flight Radar 24. So by my calculations, looks like somebody else is expected as well. KLM are due in relatively soon as well. Ryanair now transponding for their departure, return to Dublin. So they don't tend to hang around once they've started transponding, and so it proves. So thanks for bearing with me, team. Got some more action for you. So as I was saying earlier, plan to run through to just after 12. We're going to finish with the Emirates triple, that's the plan. Kind of seems bonkers to leave that baby behind. That's interesting, Mohawk, Scotland. I thought, and I have no precise understanding of this, I thought the City Flyer fleet was behind the A319 fleet for renewal. That'll be interesting, isn't it? No question. I think there's a few airlines have got some fairly substantial renewal needs. That's the words I was after. And it's all compounded, isn't it, by the fact that the manufacturers are struggling to get them out the door. I think I read somewhere that Airbus are ramping up their recruitment of engineers here in the UK, assuming they can get the kind of skills that they actually want. I mean, I'm not up on whether that's easy to do. So I'm going to guess it's probably not dissimilar at the other Airbus plants as well. Boeing have got their woes. I'm starting to think that we're never going to see the MAX 10. I don't know what folks think in the chat, but it's almost like, do you reach a point with a brand where there's no point in progressing it and keep calling it a MAX anything? Is it not the point where you, even if you want to stay with the design and the technology, do your marketing bods say, stop calling it a MAX because it's become a byword for difficulty? What do you reckon, folks? Should Boeing be kind of creating a kind of clear space on that one? You know, I'm sure you could find a way of spinning a few little tweaks and adjustments and calling it something else. Right, what else we got? Some more action for you, and it's inbound action, and that is courtesy of Aer Lingus. They are joining us from Dublin. It seems this is the Dublin phase of the show, with a ATR 72-600 departed the Emerald Isle 48 minutes ago. It's going to be with us in about 5 minutes, so all good. And good morning to Abby Garvey. How goes it, Abby? What's top of the shop for you today? Out with the horses, down to the airport, triaging your photos, or something completely different? Michelle Johnson! Oh, much love to you, Michelle. Much love to you. Do not apologise. It's, as you'll have heard earlier in the show, you were being asked after. There's a lot of love being pointed your way. Oh, that's interesting, Robbo. The Cyrus landed at Eshet. Somewhere that I've eulogised recently, and for good reason, actually. You know, plane's getting away from me. So, Michelle, I'm hoping you missed my telescope number 19 involving this very aircraft. So I was too chilled out. I have to work on that. Sometimes there are other reasons, but today I was just too relaxed. It's amazing what a bit of sunshine does for you. Good thing I've not got a can of beer. I know it's a bit too early for a can of beer, but you get the general idea. Bit of sunshine, something nice to drink. Pot of tea would probably send me anyhow too. So this baby, I've still got the ATR on my screen. It ain't an ATR. So 737, 800, 13 years of age, teenager. So going back to the conversation about renewal of BA's City Flyer fleet and A319s, I do wonder if we're going to go through a new age of repurposing of aircraft. You know, if you think about the massive inroads have been made on cost and the cost of getting these things from A to B, obviously the latest state of the art planes are the way to go. But I don't know. Sometimes having seats is definitely better than having no seats. You can't make money if you haven't got the means of getting folks from A to B, can you? Better keep an eye on the horizon because I can see what I think is an ATR, and point of flight radar is just lining up at the coast. Abby's got the horses for her lesson and then editing the GoPro footage from the lesson yesterday. Oh, excellent. What kind of stuff did you get up to with our lesson? Let us that live vicariously have a moment. GoPro footage. Very good. See the haze creeping into the shot. Everything's heating up. Even the tripod here, I'll probably take a picture of it later. I've got a fleece tied around it. It's like some kind of half-assed wigwam. Well, probably not wigwam. I'm not big enough to make it that, but just to create an impromptu sun break, because I've not managed the sun from this direction before. So beaming onto me is one thing, but beaming onto the kit, I have to get one of those little fan things that you put in cars to keep the sun off. David, I don't know, to be honest. I think your question about the A321's onward airport, I was musing on that on the way here. When I went to bed last night, I wasn't even planning to be here to cover that because, oh, helicopter. It's that Augusta 109. Check me out. Yeah, so I thought I'd be doing Edinburgh, so all my prep was entirely Edinburgh configured. So I've kind of done it belt and braces this morning, assembled some facts, and then brought myself here. I hadn't got a thumbnail for YouTube or anything. I was busy hashing that out. Ghosted me. Right, I can see the inbound plane, so let's go and loiter with the outbound plane. So ATR time. But let's go and find it. Bruce. Well, to be fair, it's always beer o'clock somewhere. So Ryanair lining up to take folks to Dublin. This ATR exiting, bringing in folks from Dublin. Talking about beer, weren't we? I'm wondering how many folks are on this plane that had a really good night last night. Federales sound like they had a night in last night. We've certainly got the sirens going now. British Airways are next arrival. Got one eye on the horizon for that. Let's get this departure first. Right. In fact, no time to loiter. No time to loiter. It is interesting, Mohawk, Scotland, when you ask the question about that bit of a depression about there, isn't it, in the airfield. And there's not a good answer to that question that I'm aware of. Doesn't sound like it would have been designed that way. Yet it happened that way, so British Airways inbound. So Abby's been practicing forced landings in case of engine failure and then went back to the airfield to do some circuits. Awesome. Eddie would be so jealous. Got to be honest, David, that Augusta 109, I mean, I love the helicopters at Aberdeen, partly because of there's so many and the atmosphere they whip up, but that Augusta is a stylish looking chopper. It's a nice change of pace from the police chopper, to be fair. I was sore about the fact that our signal disappeared on Friday when they were twoed up on us. Good morning as well to anyone that has recently joined the stream. Welcome to Newcastle, our change of plan show from Edinburgh, bringing you the departure of Newcastle United FC off their Japanese tour. Hope you're doing well. I'm kind of wondering if this is the aircraft that I saw depart this morning at 6 o'clock, 10 past 6, somewhere around there. Just crackers, really. Bruce, run before 10 makes me a pirate. Yeah. Cheerfully noted. To be fair, rum's not my favourite tipple, so probably a life of piracy wasn't going to be one for me. I'm guessing you have to drink, as you say, a bit of rum if you're a pirate, being a rum lad and all that. David's question's an interesting one about the 340. I'll come to any other responses to that in a bit. You have to imagine there's a possibility of a different plane bringing them back, but I don't know what distance is involved between the two venues they're playing at, or even where they're based relative to that. So it may be that they need that 321 for some of the intra-Japan travel. But I'm hoping they come back on anything that's a quad jet. That would do very nicely indeed. I'd snap my hand off for that. I mean, I'm enjoying today's A321 partly because it looks so distinctive and probably won't see that one again. But once you've seen it, you want to see something new, don't you? Us aviation enthusiasts are really like that, aren't we? We want to see the things we like again, but if you say, what would you like to see? You nearly always want something you've not seen, don't you? Yeah, Michelle Johnson. It's gorgeous black liveried with a, I can't remember what the colour of the tail fin was now. You're going to see it in a bit. Sadly, it's not on the remote stand, which they often stick them out there. It's in the business park, out of view. But to be fair, we're going to see it in 40 minutes or thereabouts. So you'll get a chance to lay eyes on it. I'll put timestamp on the video as well. I think I've promised that a couple of times recently and forgotten due to other distractions, but I will definitely do that. It's our star of the show plane. See, it actually set out from your neck of the woods as well, Michelle. Jim33, hello to you. First time you've caught a live stream. Well, Jim, I'm very grateful that you've caught a live stream with us with the helicopter. Let me just give you that. Looks like a Northumbrian helicopter's departure. Probably gonna be like Friday. A lot of to-ing and fro-ing. Let's go that way. Are they gassing her up? So, in the order of events, let me just go to camera because here we go, I'm back. Jim33, I'm Mark. Pleased to meet you, mate, and thank you for taking membership of Plain Sailing Aviation. Really appreciate it. And, as you won't have heard this before, everything we get only goes on content. So, myself and my son Eddie, who run the channel, we just spend on content, not ourselves with it. So, you're part of the winning team. Fireworks are the next thing we do. And talking of Eddie, Eddie's in the house, and so is Yvonne V. So, and what else is happening? Michelle says 97 likes, so only 3 off 100. So if you've yet to exercise your franchise, go on, treat us. Eddie, how goes it? You all excited? Oh, and while you tell us whether you're excited, Abby's been doing flying lessons again yesterday. Forced landing, I think was what she said, and circuits. How jealous are you? Anyway, next inbound is a KLM, and for us, because we don't normally stream at this time of day, it's not an Eastern Airways one. It is in fact the real deal. The Smiley Dolphin inbound. I've not looked up the exact details, but it's about an hour between here and Amsterdam Schiphol. Near enough. Today's aircraft an Embraer 190 standard. We got ghosted there. Tell you what, the haze will be formidable this afternoon. Definitely a factor 50 day. Eddie, I don't have to tell you this, mate, but I've acquired Telescope 19. In my defence, I was extremely relaxed. It was just to the point that I'd forgotten what I was actually here for. It's like I was watching somebody else's stream rather than actually doing a stream. Yvonne V's got that KLM emoji in action, I see. it's good to see, and it always looks good in the sun, doesn't it? Impossibly sunny. Pete Northeast, I'm guessing that's the NE. Good morning to you, Pete. Oh, I can't claim any particularly photographic expertise. It's a good Panasonic. I say good for the price point. And yeah, if it's got a weakness, it's not so good in low light conditions. But there's quite a few products that struggle with low light. Pretty grateful that Newcastle are going out in mainstream daylight hours, really. Right, let's get myself back up. And I'm back. So Jim loves the KLM livery. Me too. It's helicopter. I think we've seen it, but let's take everything that moves. As I say, we don't normally stream Newcastle Sunday because the action can get spotty, and therefore all gifts are definitely gratefully received by or from the aviation gods. But that must be a cheaper circuit. Oops, cripes. Me one-handed panning. Bruce was saying £199 for half an hour. What's that, 100 quid for 15 minutes? Do they pro-rata it out? I'm not bad, Jeff, thanks mate. Cooking up a treat. In fact, a barbecue would be quite nifty. Eddie, I know you're busy up to other stuff, but you really should be down here getting the barbie on. Probably what we need, a breakfast brunch barbie down at the trackside. We've already established that alcohol could be acceptable as long as you're not driving. Tony Rivers, good morning to you, my friend. Tony was up in the small hours because I've responded to a post from him. I think Tony was the first to actually respond to the change of plan post. What was that, Tony? About 3:30, 4:45? Impressive. Eddie, looking at Keith Cornell's comment, are you ironing the lawn? Is your flex long enough? Oh, God love it. Eddie, make sure you put the like on as well, mate. Because you know it goes a long way. So let's have a look what I've got here. An NA to NA, which I've got a feeling might be on its way to Esher, but it'd be quite nice if it passes through here, so we're going to watch it. It's a Robin, check it out on Flight Radar, DR400/500. Not sure what the slash differentiates. Is it a 400 or is it a 500? President. And it looks pretty smart. 24 years of age. Cripes, it looks blooming good in this picture. Perhaps this picture was taken when it came from the dealership. So let's have a quick butchers while we wonder whether that comes our way. See what's what here. So the outbound Titan Airways operated Four Seasons Jet Experience A321 is still transponding away, presumably being loaded up with footballers and bibs and cones and balls and all that malarkey. That is due out 10 o'clock. Fingers crossed it goes on time. Good morning, Carl Shield. Hope you're keeping well, Carl. You must have some sunshine in Dublin too. If you've not got sunshine today, it seems you're in a minority. In fact, really, I should have gone for my blooming Panama hat. Don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I know, I wasn't thinking. Oh, thinking heck, helicopter. Roll up, helicopter tour. Airways pushing back. Excellent. That's what we want to see. Bit of aviation action. Traditional, really. Let's lay it on. Carl Shearer's got cloudy weather. Interesting. I'm guessing that might mean we've got cloudy weather coming our way tomorrow. Still a westerly system, I think. So David lives on the flight path of Newcastle Airport. But you missed the 321 Neo. Woke up too late. Well, the good news is, David, I know you'd rather... Devil? Come on here, see. Oh, it's a helicopter. Because I've got my headphones on as well. I kind of wondered what was going on. Quite a lot of helicopter circling going on during Friday's show, but that was the police. But when I think about it, there was a helicopter yesterday constantly working around Edinburgh Airport, or the environment around there, on TV. Anyone want to know what that one's about? So Dublin quiet this morning, says Carl. To be fair, it's disproportionately represented here at Newcastle. I was going to say Edinburgh then, already forgotten where I'm at. We've had a couple of Dublin flights already arrive and one out, so Dublin is the prima destination so far on today's show. Yes, I'm further away. That 321 it's been transponding since it arrived, so working assumption is it'll go out as listed at 10 o'clock. I think flight radar was showing 10 past 10, but we'll just see. Only a half hour or so to get to the bottom of that. Then the action generally picks up anyway, which is good. And as I was saying to folks earlier, we'll kind of work our way through that, bring you the Emirates triple, and then we'll all scarper and either pile into whatever streams we like next, or lunch, or whatever it is you're doing. Ian Finley, if you are listening but painting, keep your eye on what you're doing. I say that because I was listening to a stream yesterday whilst painting, and suddenly I found myself probably not concentrating as much as I should. Anyway, enough said. Carl Shield, Orson the horse was gone, mate. I mean, I'm saying this on Wednesday or Friday, can't remember. This field was virtually eaten down to, well, mud, virtually. Now, it is, if I pan out, it's a veritable meadow. So, the horse disappeared around the time that somebody from the British Horse Society put a notice on the gate saying, if this is your horse, get in touch. If you know whose horse this is, get in touch. So the fact that the ownership decided to move it, draw your own conclusion on that one. So we don't know, sadly. I mean, it was a right nuisance in the early phase of things. Became quite a good companion, and of course a cult figure of the show with his own emoji. Helicopter on its way back by the look of it. G-House, as Keith has reported in the chat, is definitely spanking the circuits this morning. So no, we just don't know where he is, and of course we don't know if he's actually being well cared for off the back of that, which is the bigger worry. mean, he really was a nuisance in that early phase. But I suppose it's like everything, isn't it? Once you get used to the sights and sounds. I thought for telescope 30 would have been quite good for Eddie to have to ride around bareback on Awesome the Horse, but whereas we will get to telescope 30 almost certainly, Eddie won't have to do that, because now Eddie's responsible for the telescope. He picked up one on Wednesday. He kind of has a part share in forfeit for number 20. Yes, Eddie, that's you I'm talking about if you're listening, preparing the young ones' breakfast. So, sadly for us, it looks like that Robin DR 400/500 President is continuing up the coast. I reckon that's on its way into Eshet. Let's see how high it is. No, it's still holding steady at 7,000 feet. No, I don't think it is stopping at Eshet. I think, Michelle, it would be nice to think Awesome was somewhere else getting all the stuff it should be getting. I mean, Mrs. PSA used to say to me, she was pretty sure that they're supposed to eat more stuff than just grass all the time. But I kind of countered that by saying, yeah, but what about the ponies on Dartmoor and places like that? They do live wild as well. "111 likes. Do you know what? Thank you, folks. Nice low-key stream today, so we weren't expecting to poll monster numbers on views or likes, and every bit of support goes such a long way, so thank you. So massive appreciation from me and Eddie, although I can't see Eddie now. Well, he's zipped off too. So we've got another light aircraft on its way up from Retford, this one, the Beach 200 Super King Air. See how high that is? 1,300 feet, not coming our way. It's going to drive past us. Can I see it? I'm still grieving about the fact that we had a DC-3 Dakota come fairly close by the airport a few weeks ago, and if I'd known it were coming, I think I would have streamed at a different time and positioned the camera somewhere else on the flight path to get a clean shot of it. Not for live broadcast, but to share with folks later. We'll fire that one under the one that got away. Carl, never seen a farmer, mate. Never seen a farmer. I've got my kit on a water butt that's upside down at the minute, but it never used to get... Another helicopter. Never used to get topped up very often. There was always water in it, but I was pretty suspicious it was probably rainwater. Because when you spend a lot of time down here, you expect to eventually see a farmer or the landowner. I'll let the good people in the chat call this one. Thinking it, we've had a runway change, have we? Well, this one's going out. It must just be a discretion, because there's no real wind strength. So we get a 07 departure. It'd be nice if we get that 321 out from this end, but I don't think we will. Away she goes. Bye-sy bye. So what does that mean? One off? Almost certainly. I'm just going to have a quick check of power, folks, so bear with me. Yeah, it seems to be in order. Although I have just spotted something that might benefit from a little proactive flourish. Check me out with my proactive flourishes. There we go. So, I think Aer Lingus might be transponding. They are. So, yeah, you can see it pushing back before your very eyes, team. Helicopters inbound. I think we'll stay with the ATR this time, though. We'll call that director's cut, shall we? On the basis that that helicopter's going to be with us for a bit. Did folks see on various outlets as well, these flight radar and other tracking applications that showed you all the cleared airspace over Paris for the opening of the Olympics? I don't know if that space is being maintained like that for the remainder of the Olympics, or whether that was just because they wanted to make sure nothing bad happened on day one. So that's going to be our next departure. Good morning to Ken G. How goes it, Ken? It's a fine day here in Gotham City. Ooh, we've got a tiddler alert. It's a nice day for the flying club. In fact, there's a couple. They're scrambling. Scramble, scramble. Look at that. They're going up at the same time as a pair. That'd be nice. Can't see it happening somehow, but Hope springs eternal. All right, thanks Sarah Louise, just for the opening ceremony. Can't take too many chances, can you? Away we go. Is there any more? Just having a look, see. No, definitely just the two. You might just be able to detect some sound picking up from the ATR that is out of shot. Glad to hear it, Kenji. Glad to hear it, mate. Tony Rivers, don't cause me to miss the plane. No, it wasn't that. Definitely wasn't that. Kind of reminded me of what I said the other day when Eddie said he was having a water break, and I assumed he wasn't talking about the drinking of water. Because when you've been standing here for some time, seen that baby a few times. G-XATW. And the next. Keep 'em coming. We have to see G-Time, don't we, as well? G-Time, as you know. Those buses that we saw go into the BizJet terminal are now coming out. They'll probably cut through the back of this shot with the ATR, so I'll not trouble you with the sight of some empty buses. We'll leave bus live streaming to the experts. Sooty, good morning to you, Sooty. G-XATW is still going at NCL, brilliant, yeah. It's been based there for over 30 years. I did not know that. I did not know that. Don't think we've said hi before either, Sooty, so pleased to be in your company. Sooty, I'm Mark. What else can I hear? Oh, it's just the sound off the ATR. Oh, no it's not. We'll just have a little bit of helicopter action. They must be making some coin at the minute. Sorry about that. Proved a bit trickier to grab hold of. A little bit more direct over the top of me. Kind of limits how much you can tilt the camera. Ah, Sooty, long time watcher, first time. Oh, crikey, I got all interested in talking to Sooty. Well, fantastic to say hi. I'll wait there for the ATR. Looks like we're back to runway 25, which you'd expect with the prevailing wind direction. Oh, what we got here? Eddie. Thank you, Eddie, because can't quite see all of that. Eddie's been at it in the emoji lab, so please do put his creations to the test. Let's find out if they fly. Eddie, well done, mate. I'm still smarting from the fact that, having decided about the last minute change of location from Edinburgh, the one thing I didn't think about was the emojis. I swapped them all in from Newcastle to Edinburgh yesterday afternoon, and then that was it. Fire and forget. Yeah, well done already. Ash Watts, catch you soon, mate. You've got jobs galore by the sounds of it, which is going to be my fate. Oh, we're going short, are we? It's going to be my fate very much once we finish the stream. So, counting down to the departure of Newcastle United Football Club. But in between times, we've got Aer Lingus and their ATR to keep us ticking over. It sounds crackers because it just lashed it down yesterday, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if by tea time the back lawn's mowable. Got a new lawnmower to get out of the box. Sounds like that could be just the job for that. Be more fun than painting, or on a hot day anyway. Well, Carl Shield did say it was cloudy in Dublin, so if they're hoping for a bit of this there, sounds like they might be a little bit disappointed. Might. Ian Nicholson, you rascal. Such a great friend of the channel. Gifted a membership, I see, a little bit behind that one. And Carl Shield, who is in the show, is the beneficiary. So awesome stuff. I know Carl will show his appreciation. Me and Eddie, massively appreciative. Let's do the fireworks. Thanks for that, mate. Really appreciated. Hey, Rab's back in the house from a very noisy knock kill, so presumably you can't hear any sound. Hope it's going well, mate. Sounds awesome. Good morning, Martin Batchelor. Down south in Basingstoke. Hope you have a good day, mate. Enjoying a bit of this. I know the southern part of the UK is also blessed with sunshine. Terry the artist has given us visual confirmation. Blinking heck. Scramble, scramble. Little tiddler. These don't count as telescopes before anyone tries to lash me with number 20. by. Helicopters back and all. That's those coaches we saw earlier, busy bringing punters in. Tell you what, check that out. Dazzled me. How's that for you? Go on, Bennett. I looked at that with the naked eye, and it's yeah, interesting. I do remember Martin Batchelor. It sounds like they've done some good business. 81 million in orders. I'm not sure what the benchmark is. What did they take last year? Big problem is the big multiples in particular have already made some big promises, haven't they, in terms of deliveries? And of course the nature of sales is you've got to keep the order book topped up, particularly you're hedging against airlines potentially not taking up options on different orders. But no, that sounds some decent business. Well, I kind of figured proper big numbers for that might be sort of half a billion or thereabouts, but I've got no frame of reference. So do share in the chat. Let's have some context on that, because that'd be interesting. And because I kept meaning to look that up in terms of who the big winner was on the week. Kind of intuitively, I would feel that it's probably more likely to be Airbus and Embraer, but who knows? A billion. Thank you. That's more like. I couldn't in my head. Like I say, I got no frame of reference. A million's a lot to me, but of course the price of an aircraft. So 81 billion. That does sound gargantuan money. Billion. Paul Redden. Good morning to you, Paul. Yeah, don't worry, Martin. Got it. I'm in the billions. I don't know what's causing that. Anyway, it's one hell of a. But I'm just going to take it off for a bit. I'm going to damage the lens in some unforeseen way. Let's go back to something less dazzly. I don't know, Michelle, I haven't seen anything flash like that. To be honest, helicopter's back up. I'll tell you what, I'll let this one go. He's halfway across me. Catch you later, Ab. Back in the chat, Kenji says Embraer had no sales. No sales. I was mentioning in the last stream, weren't I, about the fact they apparently was showing the Embraer 190 freighter conversion. No sales. Sounds like there might be some vacancies in the sales department. Right, Paul Redden, it is a gorgeous morning. It was causing me to be too relaxed earlier on. I have to say, I'm doing my pulse, it's probably Steve Austin, man barely alive. We can rebuild him. Yeah, wow, that is, and no sales on the 220. Wow. What tells us about the way the market is going at the minute? I would have fancied the A320 would have been doing some decent business as well. Andrew Curry. Good morning, Andrew. And you're in sunny Scotland. We're all going to be trading notes on our tans, aren't we, at the end of the day? Interesting one. Wasp talks about mechanical issues with their airframes. Have I heard that one anywhere? I don't think I know. Honestly, you guys keep me in the loop, so I'm not sure I've heard that one. I've got that one up. That's interesting, because this is another little tiddler for us. It's the kind of thing, isn't it, that's going to put people off. You can fancy a car that has a checkered bodywork history. Airframes. So I don't know. Abby Garvey hasn't got a tan, but has got sunburn. Oh, I shouldn't laugh, Abby. But I reckon, despite the factor 50, I'm probably going to be in the same kind of territory by the end of the show. I'm just going to bottle of water. Water. That is warm. 10 o'clock, so we really would expect to see our star plane any minute onwards. Trouble is, we're not going to know we'll have to watch it start moving on flight radar, because it's been transponding since it arrived, but we're in that territory. Oh dear. I see Gary Fleming wave that little tiddler out with a turboprop emoji. Excellent. It looks like a class day for flying, doesn't it, today? I'm going to guess up the coast at Esher Airfield they're doing a nice pass-through trade today and folks stopping off. Classy. Blimey, Wasp. I'll look into that one. That's interesting, because I think Embraer haven't been putting many feet wrong that I'm aware of. I mean, we were saying on the show the other day, by commercial standards, apparently the 195E2 isn't selling at the rate they were hoping to, but to come away from Farnborough with no sales when £81 billion has been splashed about. I still lament the fact that Farnborough seems to have become a trade-only show. We were on about this the other day, weren't we? So, from a UK perspective, it seems, I know there's other air shows about, but it looks like the RIAT for Joe Soaps like yours truly is the best gig to be found. Whereas we went Farnborough, as many of you will know, from previous recollection, when Eddie was a young un, and we had a cracking time. So what's happening with the wind? Seems to be more westerly than not. Oh, that's interesting. Jim33 says the A321 has vanished on flight radar. That will be, I suspect, it will fire up again very quickly. Let's see, but no, it's disappeared for me too. Trouble is with football teams off on tours, they never seem to, this is a personal view, never seem to get away on time. Andrew Curry, I think you've got to say, haven't you, that some refreshments would definitely be partaken if you managed to blast through that kind of money on aircraft. It must be a fantastic job to be part of a buying team under a lot of pressure, mind, because both from a manufacturer point of view and the supplier. Because, I mean, for example, can you imagine what it's like dealing with Michael O'Leary's people at Ryanair? Blimey, I bet there's not much money left on the table. Nick Gray, good morning to you, my friend. Well, very early good morning to you, but good morning nevertheless. It is interesting, Michelle Johnson, isn't it? It's a bit like the MAX programme we were talking about earlier. Once you create a bit of a aura around things, you're going to find it harder to shift. You know, I would say aura, that's not the right word, because that implies some good stuff as well. But if people think, ooh, you know, there's all kinds of issues with that. Why do I want to buy one when I could buy a similar one on, you know, without those issues and probably for similar money? But then, of course, some people will also use those kind of difficulties to leverage a better price. So, I see something on finals. I'm assuming it is could be a light aircraft. I'll tuck in on it just in case. Oh right, Robbo's updated us on Embraer. 6 A321 Super Tucanos. They're Air Force training type aircraft, or I know the Air Force do use them. Also, they've not come away entirely empty-handed, so they've not all had to stand in the corner with pointy hats on. Steady Eddie. Apologies for the haze. Not much you can do with haze once it asserts itself. Don't think we're going to get the relief of cloud cover or cloud cover plus shower. Oh, Nick says he thinks the A321 is ground attack. Sure, you guys are right. The only Tucano I'm aware of, I know the Air Force operate, or they did, A-type for fast jet training. Kind of rattles around in my head. I mean, I'm not an expert on the military stuff, so I defer to everybody else that knows something about it. Right, let's just call for a snack bar moment. Do excuse me, team. You'll be gratified to know that it's not a noisy one. Well, that makes it sound noisy, doesn't it? But let's get it out of the wrapper. Right, it'll be quieter. We'll let that chopper go. Miss Wolves 13, good morning Lorraine, hope everything's good. I still think Eddie turning up with an impromptu brunch barbecue was probably the better way to go with this morning's show, but I don't think that's going to happen. So good morning to anyone that is in the show that I've yet to say hi to. If you're not in the chat yet, or on just at the plunge, just say hi. It'd be lovely to say hello. For the avoidance of doubt, I'm Mark. Andrew Curry, that sounds absolutely awesome. Catching a lank right overhead. I probably won't sleep for a week. Don't know about you folks, but if I see something good, I don't know, it just plays again in my head. And you've got it filmed, that's the other important thing. Thanks Robbo. Our BA A319 has just pushed back, and you are exactly right. Let's put the camera on it. Let's do it. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. No, it's not. I'm squinting. What's going on, Mark? Get a grip. There it is. Hilarious. Yeah, can't complain, Lorraine. Cannot complain. I was saying earlier on in the show, it's live streaming caper. When you get days like today, when the weather's nice, it just creates, I don't know, just a great vibe to have, isn't it, really? Nice and relaxed. Always risky when I'm too relaxed. I start to become inattentive. But yeah, belated appearance of summer. And I see the KLM Embraer 190, I think we said it was 190, pushed back, turned, and now rolling. And good morning, Alexandra Wood. Popping in whilst you have a cuppa. Those jobs, those perennial jobs. I was saying earlier on in the show that with doing Newcastle rather than Edinburgh, it's going to see me, well, redeployed to the painting once I've had a pot of tea, because, well, like you're doing now, things always work better with a pot of tea. But do that, or, and it rained that much last night, it doesn't sound likely, but my new lawnmower could be making its debut around tea time. What I'm not doing is painting and mowing the lawns. Not on a Sunday. Although as a retired person, I can't really claim it as a day of rest, can I? I haven't thought about that, had I? Doug the Toon. Doug, you'll be ready to wave your team off, no doubt. We'll pick that KLM up in a minute. Our baby bus is the closest, so let's have that. So a couple of departures in relatively swift order. That should be augmented to a jolly trio with our A321, which is now 10 minutes late. We'll forgive it. On air till 12 o'clock, so we are hoping, I've not checked on its progress, if folks could let me know in the chat how the Emirates 777 is doing, because that's the plane to finish on, I reckon. Way to go in style. Jonathan McD, good morning to you, Jonathan. Helicopter's back, but we'll stay with the plane. Michelle's whisking up some scrambled eggs. Excellent, Michelle. That's the way to do it. Side of toast. Perhaps even put the eggs on toast. Nick Gray, have you tried beans yet? Did we not set you as that? Baked beans, did we not set you that as your homework? No. That Embraer's taking full advantage of its super zippy rate of climb, coming out short. Checking that out. Helicopter in the shot too. I'll have to top the sun cream up. I'm sort of starting to feel like they're burning a little bit. That don't sound right, does it? Robbo, thanks mate. 11:57 for the big plane, so that's brilliant. That takes us into a 12 o'clock finish, and then those of you who've got other streams that you like to frequent, or jobs or work or whatever it is, you'll be able to get straight to it. Spot a lunch, I guess, wouldn't be amiss for those of you on UK time. James Woolard, good morning to you. Lovely jubbly. Where's that baby bus? It's going to come out of the bushes. There it is. Right on cue. Jonathan McDee's stuck into the breakfast steaks as well. Poached egg. Very nice. Beans on toast. Definitely. Right, so it's bleeping, so I better quickly see what that could be. Oh, Pete, Northeast and Mark. Sorry, mate, remiss of me. Yeah, it's entirely a hobby interest, the channel. So everything we get from memberships and everything, YouTube, donations, whatever, just goes on content, be it kit, data, travel. And you're right, aviation, and I think we're all of the same place on this. It's just such an addictive hobby. So the chance to be able to see it myself, share it, and this ain't no cliche, hang out with friends and just shoot the breeze, it makes it way more fun. If I was here on my own watching, it's just not the same. Some people you see, some you don't. Nick's not had his beans on toast yet. Very good. Well, to be fair, it's something that isn't going to spoil for time, but I can't wait to hear your review. Just to complete the various scenarios with beans, Nick, in the UK, baked beans also seem to be quite popular for charity fundraising type things. People having sitting in a bath of beans. I'm right on it, folks. I'm not really sure I've understood that one, but Robbo says, bit of cheese with the beans. Now you open another Pandora's box then, don't you? What is the choice of cheese? But I think that would definitely add, although if you're trying to watch your calories or fat content, probably less so. But for flavour, boy, yeah. Michelle's got the kettle on for a second tea. Well, I smashed my way through a pot, figuratively, this morning. Had a nice 4 cups. Needed it because I got about 4 hours sleep last night. Groggy as hell. Alright, Nick Gray is having to sort of acclimatise to the idea of beans in sauce. Oh dearie me. Pete Northeast, it would be fantastic to have you with us. Tony Rivers polished his brekkie off, and that is 2 yogurts and a pint of Yorkshire Gold. I guess we're talking tea. Yorkshire Gold tea is one of my favourites at the moment. I do kind of go for a reset every now and again, but it's on Mark's favoured list, should I say. Don't be cool. You've already weighed in for us, mate. You are the king. Thank you so much. I see you've Kofi'd us, so let's quickly get the fireworks on. really appreciated. Alright, better make sure that plane is on shot. Because Dopey Gorp is a great friend to the channel, but he is one of a select group of merciless people that will be judging this a telescope if somehow I missed it. Odds are short, DB Bassman's had his breakfast, and the only one qualified to load the dishwasher. That's my task at home as well. I'm the dishwasher king. Although it's interesting, we do get into some obscure arguments about optimal dishwasher loading. More on that another day, I think. Right, away we go. Back to Heathrow. I would say there's a lot of fresh air in that plane, which could well be true, but I suppose you kind of balance that off with the knowledge that obviously a number of people catch that Heathrow shuttle. Oh, we're on. That's me taking a picture. I think I might record the departure as well. I forgot to record the inbound. Actually, they're pointing recording the back of it. I'm just going to take my camera off, I think, to... Oh no, I don't think I need to yet. I'm just looking at potential power husbandry. Robbo as well. Robbo! Thank you so much, Robbo, for your very kind, generous Ko-fi donation. I thought I heard an extra bleep. Robbo only recently joined the channel too. Really appreciated. You are proving a great member of our community too. Super stuff. Here we go, mate. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, it's just cutting across the taxiway. So off to Tashkent with Newcastle United. It's not the best livery for a hazy day, is it? Tony Rivers, I've just seen your kind words. You're underselling me, mate. I missed quite a few planes. But I'll take the praise. When I initially heard they were going in an A321, I thought, is this some kind of cost-cutting initiative? But once you've seen the plane, and for the community posts that I'll put in after the show, I'll put the link. It's worth having a look at the inside of this plane. It's pretty good to me. It's too hazy to record this. Definitely a sun cream top up when this baby goes. Jack McAlpine. Hello, Jack. I thought you'd be down here, mate. Or are you down here? Well, settle down for your ride to Tashkent, boys. At least they won last night, beat Hull 2-0. Not a Newcastle fan, but winning feeling at this end of the pre-season. It's not a bad thing to have. Just blown something off the screen to read the disclosure that Alexandra Wood doesn't like baked beans. No way, Alexandra. Get the camera back up. Put my look of disbelief on the screen. Can't believe it. Baked beans, one of life's staples. Robbo confirms we've got allowed at air. 12 minutes out, and I'm behind on the messages, so take 6 off that. 6 minutes out. And good morning to the big right hand. Hello to you, sir. Alexandra, yeah, it's an even, not odd thing. We need to get Eddie doing some analysis on exactly how this is working out, or whether there's particular types or something. I just got lured into it today. There's often other more genuine excuses, but today I'd almost forgotten it was my live stream. You know, what can I say? Robbo is the dishwasher. What do they say? Power to your elbow, mate. Kenji's not big on beans either. I'm puzzled, you see. That's you and Nick. Certainly from a breakfast point of view, it sounds like you're not keen on that one. But I guarantee you, if I was staying in a hotel somewhere and I was on my way down to breakfast this morning, I'd work my way along the hot stuff and I'd take a scoop of scrambled eggs, or better still poached eggs, because I like to make some concession to healthy living. Looks like our louder air could be upon us, inbound from Palma de Mallorca. Hold that thought. Ladle beans. If the bacon looks nice and crispy, some bacon, get the old tongs on. Couple of quality sausages and some hash browns go a long way. It's a good start. Tony Rivers, that's cutting. I don't know. I rule nothing out. When I started doing this, I thought I'm going to have fun. You know, whatever else goes with the channel, I'm going to have fun and hopefully share a bit of fun with people that spend time with us. And if we do that well, that's great. But yeah, I'm guilty as charged on a whole bunch of stuff. I think we'll leave the excellence to Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos. I think they're probably, or Big Jet Jerry. I think we'll give those guys that, the stratospheric type superstar status. Right, I'll put us on the inbound plane momentarily. Yeah, Jack McAlpine, that fuel stop at Tashkent, it's about equidistant near enough in broad terms, isn't it? So it seems a logical spot. Chance for the guys to nip off the plane. Very joking, of course. Right, let's get the inbound action. Boss, can we get off and stretch our legs? Mind you, they'll probably let them. They're not going to be on the main terminal, are they? Gordon Bennett. Try again. Take 2. So as always, folks, gentle plea on likes if you're enjoying the show. As I was fond of reminding folks, a small channel, it goes a long way for us, because small channels never get promoted like the big ones are, because YouTube are obviously geared towards views. So if you're big, you get a lot more love. How you get big in the first place, not that that was our mission. It's a different matter. think I'll have to check the forecast in a minute, see if they've revised their temperature projections, because this feels easy 21, 22, which I know friends in the show that live in hotter countries will just say, and what? But sun feels mighty strong, you know, like it does in springtime, spring sunshine. And perhaps summer's been so late arriving, that's what we've actually got. So where are we now? About an hour and a half left in the show. Should do okay with action. It should start to pick up on us now, if I remember correctly. So checking out some of that emoji action Alexandra Wood has made large with, I can't read it to be honest, so I'm hoping it is more readable for you guys. It might be one that needs a little bit more TLC. Not easy here with the glare though, you see, so it's not really counting apples with apples. So Jack McAlpine, oh, you're in a select group, aren't you? It seems everyone's got breakfast, cuppa, good stuff, mate. Yeah, haze is the thing today, isn't it? It is hazy. And of course, if you're shooting down the runway, for those of you that don't necessarily appreciate the distinction in terms of the way the light is, always way hazier down the track. All that heat being coughed up by the concrete. DB Bassman, thank you, mate. Glad that all worked out a treat. Plane of the day from Michelle Johnson. Alexandra Wood is still not convinced about the beans, but you know, what are we to do? DB says baked beans with a Kraft cheese slice on top. Now Robbo mentioned cheese earlier on with beans, so it seems that cheesy beans have a number of configuration options for those who like. I'm not supposed to do cheese these days, but by gum, if I could I would. That sounds grand. DB Basson says, is there a Greggs in Tashkent? I think they went loaded out from here with their stuff, although they've got an onboard chef on that plane. It's part of what you get with it, so I did wonder how that works out, you know, because obviously the club have their own catering team that they take with them to well, everywhere, I think. So perhaps didn't want to buy the onboard chef, or because obviously you don't want people getting ill when you've gone to the trouble of flying them all the way out there. Dopey Gorp, I just spotted another. You've been too generous today, mate. You really have been a superstar. I can put you in the book, just like I'm a traffic warden. And that's a gifted membership which went to Mohawk Scotland, who's in the show. Gary Fleming, thank you so much as well, Gary, for confirming the 150 up. We're nerdling along nicely, team. Thank you so much. Right, without further ado, Dopey Gorp's fireworks. Let's see how it's going to get. A bit of the old sun cream on, didn't I? I think that was the next tactical move I need to make. So Robbo's updated us off Meta. What's it saying on temperatures? 18 it says. I'm 4 degrees north of that. You know, normally it will say, I don't know, 20 feels like 17. Well, if that's 18, it feels like 22. That's what I'm going to say. Just catch myself up a little bit with the chat. I'm a little bit in arrears. Ian Nicholson, another friend who's you're spending too much with us at the minute. Oh, we love you for it, but you know what else can we say except thank you. Right, I'm going to reach for the fireworks. Thank you, Ian. And fancy that. Emma Garvey, Abby's mum, for those of you who don't know, that's Abby's mum, has got the gifted from me in Nicholson. It's a shame Abby's not in the show now, isn't it? But it's good when it goes to people that we know. That's what we like. New faces, always welcome, but you know, we like to be with our friends. Oh, that's interesting. Gary Fleming says Truck Fest on next weekend at Edinburgh. Did not know that. I will note that. I am cautious about streaming on a Sunday if there's anything big and large on. There was that bike show the other week and I got away with it, didn't I? There was no issue signal wise. I ducked out to the weekend with the Highland show. Might be one that we give a pass to, but if we do, we'll push it into a midweek opportunity. Just work out what's best. I think I might put that to a members poll actually, see what folks want me to do. Why not? I'll have a quick consultation with Mrs. PSA. I've got a couple of appointments this week which I'm going to have to be there for because it's got my name next to it. But I'll see what the options are and put something out, because Edinburgh, we like Edinburgh on a Sunday, but of course different days give you different things to see, like Virgin Atlantic and the Hainan A330, and it may be actually they'll look to do something slightly different with time of day or something, although the heavy action seems to be in the morning, so it's a tricky call. Right, what is that? Is it behind that cloud? I think I've got Turkish Airlines in UEFA Champions League livery overhead, a 777. I can see, yeah, I've got it. Just bear with me. I don't know if I've got enough cable to get it. Let's try it this way. There she is. Can't get any more than that. I'm literally going to pull the cable out if I chase it harder than that. I've gone around the mulberry bush. Yeah. So, a bit of an empty apron. As you can see in the foreground, everything, not everything because there's more to come, but that is all going to be in connection with the inbound. Get my breath back from that exertion. 777. Michelle Johnson, God love you, another one who spoils us too much, has dropped a whopping 10 gifted memberships. Don't know if we've got enough fireworks in the box for that. We've done really well today. Thank you so much, team. And like I say, for anyone that doesn't know where we are with this, entirely on content and focused on Zurich, but as soon as we've got Zurich boshed off, we're going to do a bit of consultation and say what is it you would like us to do if we're a little bit in hand. If we get to that heady state, that's what we'll do, because we are a member-led channel. There's no other agenda at plain sailing aviation. Michelle, here's your fireworks. Thanks Jim33 for alerting us to Air France inbound, which is going to be quite welcome to see. I can't believe it, we're kind of bearing down to the back end of the show really, final hour 20 minutes, everything configured onto that 777. Michelle, you overruled, fireworks very necessary, but thank you for the kid of the power. We have had some interesting power experiences recently, of course. The last show from Edinburgh we finished early for no obvious reason. I still haven't really understood it to my personal satisfaction. We've streamed longer, but the power just went down like no one's business. So I kind of keep watching across the different bits and bobs. I'm not so sure, Jack McAlpine, about Heathrow. I love Heathrow, and if the members want me to go Heathrow, it's Heathrow, so that's easy. But I think from a channel perspective, since Flight Focus started up, it's become way harder. I think the last time we went there, in fact the last couple of times, we noted that the view's tamping down, and we've noticed that on other streamers who do Heathrow. So some friends of ours, Aviation Hunters, will be a case in point. They stopped streaming a few months back. They were a fantastic channel and had really built up something great, but the economics for them, because they live in Cardiff and used to travel across and into London, just couldn't make it work. But it's a slightly different dynamic for us when we do an away tour type thing. So if it's, because seeing something that you wouldn't normally see is a biggie as well, isn't it? So anyway, whatever the members send me, as long as it's not Tashkent. I'm not sure I want to do that one. Handsome face like this probably wouldn't want to be bleached under the sun in, I'm imagining, very hot and toasty conditions. And we use Sarah Louise. Toulouse has come up fast on the rail. Hamburg is a strongie as well, because I am quite keen on that, but we're quite keen on Toulouse, and we think we might be able to do better on flight value for Toulouse. So we're talking about something as an extra to kind of bolt on before we get onto the winter timetable. Toulouse could be that. It could be that. We'll see. I've got Eddie watching on that side of things. He's quite good at eking these things out. But you're right, Sarah Louise, because am I right in thinking it's like Hamburg? You can also go to the Airbus factory. So both Hamburg and Toulouse are on my personal horizon and wish list. Kenji, I've just seen your very kind super chat. Splash the chat. Loving that yellow banner as well. Thanks, Mark, for making the stream fun and chat with users. Well, you guys are the channel, so I'm delighted you love it, Ken, and or like it. I'm overselling you there. Let's get the fireworks on. Really touched. So I guess what I was gonna say, and those who are members or who have been members, and maybe are not at the minute, it is the way we do things at this channel. So if we are going to go somewhere, so if we find ourselves in advance and there's not a need to spend on equipment, for example, and at the minute we've got a couple of things on a watch list in terms of might need replacing but aren't there yet, so we'll put it on content. We're a content focused channel, and we'll let the members choose. If we can't fit it within the envelope, we'll go to the second choice in the poll, but we'll just put it out there, poll the members, let the members decide what they want to see. Should be like that, should it not? Alright, inbound Air France. Vive la France! Tony Rivers, no, let's not go from me somewhere, because I want to come back. It's the sort of thing that Simon Kirby, I've not seen Simon for a bit, but it's a kind of waggish idea that he'd come up with. I don't know, Kabul or Damascus or somewhere, where I say, well, where did you last see him? Well, he was streaming, and then the signal went, and yeah, let's not do that. I reckon we'd make a lot of money as well. That's the laugh of the lot, innit? Oh no. Mrs. PSA would probably chuck in a couple of big fat super chats. Probably Eddie too. Right, let's go camera-less. See if we can find a plane. Yeah, it's a promising start. Yeah. Places Mark don't want to go. Anywhere where we might get roughed up. He's a bit particular about not being roughed up on the line of duty. I'm not that keen about kit being confiscated. I had a bit of that in Dusseldorf, and where it was done very politely. Still didn't get it back. So, tinge of crab going on there, or is it just the haze giving me? Let's just see how it moves to the centre line. I mean, the windsock is absolutely flaccid at this end. Alexandra Wood has celebrated 15 months with the channel. Very happy to be part of this friendly community. Alexandra, it's an enhanced community with you in it, no question. I mean, not blarneying or anything. We love the community we've got, and our moderators team, we are just so privileged to be, you know, able to count on the support of some really fantastic people such as yourself. So if you're not blushing, you should be. Actually, no, you don't have to blush, do you? Because it's entirely true, but you know what I mean. Helicopter coming out, but I'm going to stay with this, folks. Director's cut. It'll be out the bushes before the chopper comes in, and we're going to see the chopper another few times yet, I suspect, between now and midday. And I do love the Air France livery. So we've got to see the modern one, and we've seen the hop one, and I know this one knocks the hop into a cocked hat. You'll get to enjoy the helicopter overfly anyway from the sound. Just make a nice beat. Gary Fleming has deployed the crab emoji, which kind of makes me think, oh, that's something else I took off the list. We let that run out there. Tony Rivers. It's interesting, isn't it? I think Manchester has got some, well listen, we all know they've got some great action at Manchester, they really have, and it must have the world record for the greatest number of streamers covering it. So it's nice to know the 3 AM slot is there. Is that the winter timetable or actually the summer timetable? I think the other thing as well is it's 3 hours away, which is probably not ideal. Right, our next arrival looks like an Aer Lingus ATR from Belfast, departed 38 minutes ago, and that is just passing to the northeast of the airfield. Can't see it with the naked eye, but you'd think it would be possibly, oh, there's a lot of cloud probably in that space. It's the one place we are full of cloud. Oh, Alexandra Wood has lit my fuse with some exciting news that we've got a Hampshire Aviation Gulfstream G600 from Farnborough. I wonder, is anybody swift enough on this one in terms of being able to look it up? If you put the reg in, is this one that's owned by the family that own Ineos? What's his name? The guy who's just taken a major stake at Manchester United. Not Jeff Bezos, he's the Amazon guy, isn't he? But the Ineos chap who's the director at Manchester United. I think their family own that one, or they own Hampshire Aviation. I've seen that reference before, and I think that might have been for a Newcastle movement that I'd researched. Just chuck that one out there. RSVP, good morning to you. Swallows flying now. Well, I think they're definitely making good use of, well, I'm guessing there'll be some decent thermals developing as the deck warms up. Ah, thank you, Sarah Louise. Ratcliffe, Jim Ratcliffe. So he's not a Jeff. He's a Jim. Probably didn't want to go with Jim because my association with exercise or something, thinking, oh, no, I'll avoid the gym. It must be a Jeff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've got a feeling. So I don't know the rest of the words, so I won't launch into that one. Or do I know the rest of the words? Yeah, I do actually. I'm just not going to do it. Ah, they fly in and out of Chambéry too. Is there something that hooks them there? Is there a big Ineos refinery or something? I'm not sure what brings them here. I mean, don't know, it's bound to be something petrochemical-ish around Middlesbrough, but I would have thought if you were going that way on, you go through Teesside, so I don't know. All I know is Hampshire Aviation is owned by members of the Ratcliffe family, as far as I can remember it. Michelle, I don't know, you might get a bit, but it's westerly, so you really want to be talking to, well, Andy P said it was cloudy it had become cloudy in Glasgow earlier. Carl Shield said it was cloudy in Dublin. I reckon, yeah, you might want to speculate on a bit of cloudiness. We'll get the chopper this time on its next pass because the ATR comes right behind it. Ah, right, Sarah Louise, he lives in the mountains. Now that does sound very cool, doesn't it? I mean, most of us would think living somewhere too far out would be too much of a hassle in terms of, I don't know, going out to buy a pint of milk and stuff like that. But if you are a billionaire, you really don't have to think about that, do you? Someone else can get your milk, buy your cows, milk them for you. Telescope 20 is not going to be happening today. I can just about see the ATR. I'm just going to take you out a little bit so you're not drowning in haze. In fact, I'm going to put you on the tower. That mirror thing's gone, hasn't it, that would be dazzling us? Although I still see a bit of it there, so perhaps that's a very shiny part of... Looks like that window's got something else on it. Anyway, like a reflective thing to keep the sun out. So we've got a Ryanair 737 from Gdansk, 7 minutes out. Thanks, Alexandra Wood. Standing by. Thanks, Robbo. So yeah, I got the notion the Ratcliffe family, I guess, own rather than part staked in Hampshire Aviation. So James Arthur Ratcliffe, guessing that's Jim's dad. Oh, Andy P's got a bit more sunshine, so it could be Michelle that you might have to put up with a bit of cloud, but it's going to come good later on in the day. Ooh, dearie me, hot for you, Michelle, up to 29 degrees. Yeah, you see, that's just, I think once you get much north of 21, 22, what's room temperature? 20 point something. So unless you're doing things to cool yourself down, sleep is definitely something that doesn't work well at 29 degrees. Unless you've got air conditioning of the non-noisy variety. As a non-owner of air conditioning, I prefer to have cooler days. Plus the fact where we live, if you have the windows too far open and put a little reading light on, you're forever hooking blooming moths out of the place. Carol Ann, good morning to you, Carol Ann. Hope Sunday is going well for you. And Danny J is in the show as well, so good morning, Danny. Ah, point of etiquette, Sarah Louise. Sir Jim, yes. Yes. I wonder if he reminds people that forget. Read what it says on the name badge. Sir Jim. Right, inbound plane. So let's get my Fizzog off screen. Our arrival from Belfast. Oh, there it is. Like I say, there's a limit to what you can do with it in these conditions, but we'll do what we can. What's the word up team on the Emirates triple? It was 11:57 I think last we looked, which would fold in to a very nice noon finish. Ooh, just a bit of sunshine on its nose there. I think it's still got a little bit of crab, a wee bit of crab, a bit too hazy. I think that Ryanair is now twinkling on the far horizon. Gdansk, I think we said on that one, didn't we? So, more action inbound. Can't believe how warm my drinking water has become. It were all in the fridge last night. So while I think about it as well, team, next action from us, I was mentioning earlier on that we'll try and work out where best to pop an Edinburgh stream in, and we'll kind of take it from there. But I will look at being able to get back to Newcastle. Well, we'll do Edinburgh first and then figure out what is best for Newcastle. I'm actually going off tangent. If I had to managing temperatures of 36 degrees Celsius, Caroline, I'd be a little puddle on the floor. That is hot. Please tell me you've got air conditioning. And I guess that's seasonal for you to some extent, or is it even hot allowing for that? In the UK, all the hot temperatures generally seem to be London and the southeast. Where I live in Northumberland, we don't tend to get the 30 degree stuff. But yeah, 36 degrees. That's fry an egg on a car bonnet, isn't it? No question. Or on a camcorder. Well, you couldn't really fry it on a camcorder, could you? Because there's not enough surface area, but... So, next arrival is that BizJet, the one owned by the Ratcliffe family or via Hampshire Aviation. Probably the only BizJet we're going to see in the show. Swap the word probably for definitely. Apologies, slice sip snuck in there. Tony Rivers, just seeing your farewell message, mate. Thank you for your support. Been great to be in your company, pal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim33. I Can't wait to get eyes on this Gulf Stream. It's tantalising at the minute, but these little biz jets always seem to close faster. So I see plenty of bizjet emoji action. Let's go from bottom up. Gary Fleming, Michelle Johnson, Simon E and Alexandra Wood. See a pink. Right, let's show you a plane then. Must be great to have resources like this on tap. I'm just nipping up to Newcastle. Pretty attractive aircraft too, isn't it? Even in this haze. So serene looking. Right, can I get a bit of sun cream on? I think I can. So, have they started deboarding anybody out on this Ryanair? Let's go to the front if it's one of those that self-deploys. It does. I like these. Sorry about the haze, but it's that Thunderbirds moment. Probably could do with a bit of file Thunderbirds music. I'm just going to put some sun cream on, folks. If I know where it is. Gary thinks Wednesday at Edinburgh would be good. That's unfortunately the one I'll have to rule out the week ahead because that's where one of my appointments sits. But the following week would be... Oh, hang on a minute. I just have to check in with Mrs. PSA because I think you're right about the Wednesday, definitely. I'm going to take my glasses off. We talked about all the things you'd be cooking up for your breakfast. I reckon I'm being cooked up. Right, I'm back. So it looks like, let's just move the camera. Oh, they're still boarding. Or deboarding, should I say, the inbound ATR. I'll just loiter there. Good morning to anyone that has recently joined the show as well. I'm Mark, your host here at Newcastle International Airport in our change of plan show, because we should have been at Edinburgh today. But you know what I say about best laid plans, having been seduced here by the prospect of seeing a really stylish A321. We brought the stream here. You'll be able to catch that up later, and I will put timestamps on for the arrival and departure, so you won't miss anything. There's a lot of plane of the day support as well there, isn't there, for that BizJet? I'm still with the A321. Sorry folks. I developed a strange kind of aviation infatuation, but I would have definitely gone for that Gulfstream otherwise, definitely. As you know, I'm a sucker for a BizJet. But yeah, a lot of plane of the day support. Alexandra Ward, Gary Fleming, although Alexandra is wielding a lot of block vote there. I might have to try something slightly different here actually, because I think this tablet's going to cook up. I'm putting up a brolly. There we go. Lessons learned. I've got a smaller brolly that I thought might do for today, but I think this is the way to go. So, tiddler time. Ooh, Robbo says that Gulfstream had the Ineos logo on the tail, so our Intel picture was entirely correct on that one. Super stuff. Alexandra, it's bonus we've seen as much of you as we have, and thank you. You know, it's just been great to hang out. Have a great week ahead. Oops, crikey. Is that plane gone? That's the sound of the brolly biting the dust. Air France pushed back and turned. That could be turnaround of the day. None too shabby. Let's just go a little bit over here. Another chopper coming, but I'm going to let it go. I think it's more important to get the brolly up over the kit, just to take a little bit of heat off a couple of bits. Foxy Pix, Jensen, how goes it? I hadn't realised Foxy Pix was Jensen, who I met down here at the airport Friday, and I've seen him loads of times without knowing. Anyway, all good. Air France pushback. I'm guessing it's being unclipped from its tug at the minute. Let's have a quick look, see what the prognosis is. Let's go back to me on camera. Not by popular demand, but there you go. See my camera. There we go. We're just singing in the rain. Well, it would be if it was raining. Air France is moving, so there's no time for japery. I will get off camera in a second. And in fact, it's Lauda that's pushed back, not Air France. I'm getting sun bleached. This is why I wasn't joking. I'll be no good in temperatures of 36 degrees centigrade. So let's get camera off. So I'm guessing this one's off to Palma. Of course, I should do rather better than guess. Yeah, returning to Palma, Mallorca. I was hoping we might look into a buzz. Mind you, I was thinking Edinburgh when I was putting the emojis together, and we've got a buzz emoji, and I like to see that one in the chat. It's quite energetic. I don't think Edinburgh had a buzz listed today though. Sure as hell we've not. Anyway, it's taxiing like it means it. So we'll wait there. Dopey Gorp has turned my screen green. Dopey Gorp, you are spoiling me and Eddie today. You really are, pal. A gifted membership on top of what you've already spent with us. really, really appreciated, and that has gone to Leslie Allen. So can we get the fireworks on? Let's do it now. Awesome support, buddy. Awesome support. Oh, Simon E has left us. Oh no, hang on a minute. No, that's Simon saying goodbye to Alexandra. Ignore me. I'm heat impaired. Tell you what, that's a hazier shot. Let's take a cleaner one. It's proving to be a remarkably warm day, even if the weather people think it's not as warm as it is. So 50 minutes or thereabouts till the Emirates signs us off. Let's just see if that is still the case, or whether they're shedding a bit of time in Central European airspace. Shedding a little bit of time, due in at 1 minute past 12. I think we can forgive that. We've got an EasyJet due with us in 5 minutes from Bristol, an A320. So the loudest should get to go easy peasy. And in fact EasyJet is in fact the next arrival. So 2 arrivals left then. EasyJet and the Emirates. So what's happening on the departure board? Air France due out 8 minutes time. Ryanair 11:40. Aer Lingus 11:45. EasyJet 5 past 12. And that Gulfstream, which is now 12:15. I'll let you guys decide if you want me to stick on for the Gulfstream, otherwise we'll finish with the triple. I'm game either which way. We'll call that one a little bit nearer. Right, the chopper coming in, louder holding. I'll just put the camera on that now, I think. So we've got a plane, we've got a chopper, and we've got a metro train on audio. That's not too shabby. So, Dopey Gorp saved a fortune last night. Wife was out on a hen do. So, you invest in your beer money with PSA. Very good. You could say it's part of a healthy living strategy, couldn't you? We're very appreciative, buddy. I'm guessing Mrs. Dopey Gorp is probably finding today more challenging than yesterday. Nothing worse than a hangover on a hot day, I reckon. I ain't had a hangover for a long time, but I think hot day hangovers, when you're already a bit dehydrated, are tricky. I think I used to try and cure it with the hair of the dog. Sorry, I was a little bit bobby on you there. I'd seen a vapour trail. Twice I've done that today now, and I found myself just lingering on the vapour trail instead of tracking the jet. Just wondering if it was anything any good. No, my luck, it'd be a strato tanker and a fleet of F-35s or something. Let's be brolly. Get the brolly back on the case. Right, next plane is now just crossing the coast according to flight radar, which kind of correlates with what I can see. EasyJet inbound from Bristol, the A320 I was talking about. Registered Golf Echo Zulu Tango Victor, 14 years of age, entering service in February 2010. It's a wee bit high in the sky, so we'll let it loiter for a little bit. Don't be gulp. How big's your beer budget? Just seen another gifted land. Awesome. And Leanne, who we know, we've met Leanne in the chat before, has picked up the gifted. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I think if you're buying, mate, a night out on the beer is just the kind of thing I need with you, I reckon. Oh, what's that not working? That works. By gum. Cheers, buddy. That's a big smile. Beam at this end. Tell you what, just as an aside, and this is me bemoaning my paltry 22, no, I think it's 22, someone else thinks it's not, don't they, the Met Office, but I'm going to have a pretty cool shower when I get home. No question. Chopper's up again. Unbelievable. They must be cashing it royal. Got you, dopey gawk. She's on the expensive drinks, got you. So here's our EasyJet, first of the show, I think. I think between Bristol and Belfast it's a decent service. They're adding Amsterdam Schiphol in September, but if memory serves it's not perfect for what Mark wants. Thinking about a cheeky trip to Schiphol. I think it's Thursdays and Saturdays. Might be wrong on that. I suppose go out with EasyJet. Oh no, it's the time of day that's not very good. It's mid-afternoon as well, so it's not like you could go out with KLM perhaps early in the morning. I don't think, yeah, from what I want to do, I'm not sure it works. I'm rambling aloud, dehydration. But yeah, so they start in September with their, or restart, because I think they've done it before, Amsterdam Schiphol. But I think it's only twice a week. And not quite what I'm after in terms of being able to get a stream out of it, but we'll see. So this one should just drive straight by the front of us pretty much as it finds its way across to gate 1. Tell you what, folks, I was watching back when I did the review for last night's post, the Wednesday stream, when the Emirates triple pilot waved. Pretty awesome. The chap who was taking stills next to me, I've forgotten his second name, first name Kev, I think, off the top of my head. I think the pilot actually got in touch with him as well afterwards, so doubly awesome for him. Anyway, here's our EasyJet, berthed up. Thing about hangover sympathy, just jumping into the chat between Michelle and Dopey Gorp, I think Mrs. PSA was noted to be not particularly sympathetic when Mr. PSA was incapacitated or feeling a little bit second best. So Mr. PSA got used to not being very sympathetic in the other direction. Let's get onto the ATR. They must be bored in that. I'll tell you another hangover that's not great to carry, which is topical. Aviation type ones. You know, when you have had a few drinks at the airport, not Larry kind of drinks, but just a few drinks at the airport, and then you're on a plane for any length of time. I can remember being delayed coming back from Florida back in the day, and Thompson's as was. No, it weren't Thompson's. I think it was JetSave. You know, people can remember JetSave. Anyway, took us out somewhere to some kind of one of these shows where you get the big jugs of pitchers of beer and everything. And we had a right good time there. Funny how travellers bond in such situations. But halfway over the Atlantic, boy was my head pounding. Still think of that now, all these years later. Dopey Gorp confirms the Emirates is 44 minutes out less, however, on that post is up. They're shedding time then. Shame on them. Helicopter's back, but I think we'll stay where we are for the minute. So good morning to anybody that has just joined the live stream here at Newcastle International Airport. We are in the last phase of the show. Going to close out somewhere around the point that the Emirates triple comes in, or the Hampshire Aviation Gulfstream 650 goes out. So it's in that kind of window, but we will be definitely closing at that point. So thank you for spending the some time with us on your Sunday. Back into the chat, Sharon C. Good morning, Sharon C. And Stephen Boyd as well. Hope you are both doing well. So I'm a little bit slack on the chat. I have my moments. Jeez Louise. Oh, no pun intended there, Sarah Louise. Oh, dear me. Your friend went on a cruise to the Med and they wanted to charge €80 for a tube of Aftersun. That's rank profiteering, isn't it? I mean, you're going to tell me there are brands of Aftersun that you can charge a lot for. It'll take some convincing me. I don't think there's anything special in Aftersun. €80? Dear me. That sounds like an expensive cruise, actually, reading between the lines as well. One of those where everything's expensive, including the sunburn, because it just seems so much easier. But what's coming our way? Something big. Looks like an A340. Oh, jeez. Clouds pretty much. Might come out the other side. I'm just going to keep a bit of a watching brief. So we've got a Lufthansa A340 overflying us. Would have been beautiful on the track it's on, and I can see it's directly above me, and it's going to go off into another thick wodge of cloud. Somewhere around there. It might be a little bit too far for me by then. 37,000 feet, so it's at the upper end of what's going to be possible on a day like today. It's exactly as HTC has called it. Sorry HTC, I hadn't got to your message. It was definitely not gettable. Certainly the amount of cloud that's coming, it's surprised me. An MSC. I'm not really up on cruising. I'm not. What is it? Can more or less see. We'll let the helicopter go. 10 a penny today. I think we're at KLM in the opposite direction at Dreamliner 10. Got it. Oh, I got the vapour. Anyway, that'd be a Lufthansa. And curiously, going into the cloud, I think that's the, I might be wrong, I think it's the KLM Dreamliner, so it looks like they're doing a display move. Better let it go. Yeah, it's got a lot cloudier behind us. Just realised I've left myself on camera as well. Sorry if that didn't quite make the clear picture. Done what I can. Doping up, no chance. No chance. Taking no chopper blooming telescopes. No. Or tiddlers. I only need one more for 20. Although I do think Eddie has to be involved in forfeit 20 because he owns at least one of them. Thanks, Sarah Louise. I think the conditions, it's just a wee bit tricky, but so your friends disembarked in Barcelona and did the sensible thing and got some sun cream for €16. Sounds like the way to go. Blooming heck, I need to sit down. Looking at the drink prices Dopey Gorp's reference, they were in a bar, a bottle of gin plus 5 shots and mixers, 180 quid. Eee. Imagine if it were your round. You've just been to the Dog and Duck previously and got a regular round of drinks in. I'm sure they weren't in the Dog and Duck, but you get the general idea. And I think you're right, Kenji, that's the thing that the cruise operators don't like to sort of talk too loudly about. Once they've got you on the boat, for all of the attractions that come with it, and like I say, I've not cruised, you're going where they go. You're buying either what you've got in your case or what they're selling. And I bet you After Sun is a right good seller as well, because people tend to underestimate the fact you seem to burn more easily, don't you, when you're out off coast. It's something to do with the way the sun's rays come back off the water or something. But Dopey Gorp's revelation that there's a round of drinks last night that was 180 quid. That'd have been me spent out, hitching a ride home. Good old Ryanair. No hanging about. Get them on. Get them on, get them gone. Sarah Louise. I'm a bit behind on my technology, as in, or terminology. Isn't that what they call preloading? Where you kind of get tanked up at better prices and then go off into town and don't buy as many of the expensive drinks because you're kind of already in the zone. I think that wasn't invented when I was a young'un. Anyone that's around that sort of late 50s, early 60s or older, tell me, did we preload back in the day? I don't remember preloading, but I don't think that we're charging anywhere near as much. The differential between buying drinks from the supermarket and buying them in a swanky bar probably wasn't as great. Air France pushing back and turning. Can't see a huge amount of the tail because quite a long, low slung aircraft, but it is definitely doing that. Yeah, Kenji says €16 still expensive. I didn't want to admit the shame. I'm like one of those politicians who doesn't know what the price of milk is or the price of bread. And before you know, I do know what the price of milk is. I do, honestly. But sun cream, not a waking clue. And initially I thought, €16, what would that be in sterling? What, 12 quid, something like? Does that sound like a lot or a little? I don't know. UK based viewers, tell me, is that a lot or a little? It's a lot better than €80, so I guess it's all relative, isn't it? If you thought you were going to have to buy some of the €80 stuff and you can get some for 16, you probably tipped the person at the supermarket. Somebody in the trolley bag, just forgotten about keeping the kit cool. Told you, you get too relaxed. Tell you what isn't much fun, standing in line in the heat boarding an aircraft. I mean, it looks like the line is moving at both ends, but the heat is always just that bit more pronounced, isn't it, once you get out on the apron. Simon E doesn't remember preloading either. I think it's, you know, like the young ones are better with mobile phones and tech, better at getting ready for nights out, I reckon. I'll have to ask Eddie when he, in fact, Eddie, stop pretending you can't hear us talking about this. Were you preloading at university? John Kenneth Williams, good morning. I am in peachy shape. Feeling like I've been in the sun a bit too long. We'll just talk about sun cream and after sun. I was thinking, have we got any after sun? I don't know. Will I need it? I don't know. Anyway, going slightly off piste. In good shape, mate. I hope you are likewise. The Air France is exactly as Robbo has said. It's pushed, turned, and they'll be decoupling the tug about now. Michelle has similar plans. You see, we used to kind of, these days as well, I think, probably because of the price of stuff, people, perhaps because they're meeting up to drink, you know, supermarket purchase stuff first, people going out later. But back in the day, I distinctly remember me and the lads would meet up down the local pub at sort of 7:30 in the evening, have a few drinks there before we went into town. So it was a kind of preloading in a way. Oops. But it was still in the pub. Right, let's get me off screen. That's where we're going to lay in wait. So checking out the emoji action, HGC, Simon E, setting off the ooh la la. So Louise making the hat trick. Entente cordiale, thriving here at Newcastle. Looks like they're boarding the Aer Lingus return flight to Belfast. I won't put the camera on it with this aircraft about to hove into view. Look, one of the overfly that looks big. It is United Airlines 777. Let's have a look, see where it is. In the cloud, over my head, directly overflying me, and no chance of getting that. It's under total cloud for the next phase of passing. So this Embraer 190 standard, registered Foxtrot, Hotel Bravo, Lima, November, 4 years of age, on its way back to Paris Charles de Gaulle. I wonder if it's for the people hoping to catch a bit of Olympic action. So Robbo says, with no small understatement, the Emirates is on a 176-mile final, be here in 30 minutes. I think we'll take 30 minutes. I think that gives us the Gulfstream, doesn't it? And there's a Jet 2 to fill out in between. But I think between the 777 and the Gulfstream 650, it kind of feels the quality to finish on, definitely. So as long as they don't shed anything, all good. Gary Fleming, pre-drinks before going out. It all works, doesn't it? I know this will sound probably too candid, but I distinctly remember back in the day, yeah, probably is a bit too candid. Let's just say 4 pints and you don't need to go near the bathroom, so to speak. But after the 4th pint, you're in the lav every pint. Anyway, you didn't need to know that. We'll put that down to heat-induced euphoria. So I think that's why preloading and its various iterations probably wouldn't work so well for Mark of the olden days. Jim 33, let's have a think. Yes is the answer, because I came back from Frankfurt, or went out to Frankfurt and back, so yes is the honest answer. Beginning of June. What's caught your eye, mate? That's exactly it, Jonathan McD. Breaking the seal. That's what they used to call it, wasn't it? Breaking the seal. And then your life's not your own, is it? I knew there was an expression to capture that. Thanks, Jonathan. Breaking the seal, exactly that. And it's a right nuisance, especially if you're going around town. I do remember that, breaking the seal. The blue sky is coming back. We might get a couple of overflies at the end. Anyway, so I'm whipping the camera a little bit. This Ryanair has got the doors fastened, so that says to me this could be going somewhere quite quickly. Let's jolly well hope so. That's where we'll rest the camera. Well, in fact, I said that and I've just changed my mind. One of my changes of heart. I think they've boarded the ATR as well. So we'll keep a watch on it, although neither are currently transponding. On with the UHTC, lovely sound. It's one of the great things about this spot being overflown. Right, got you, Jim 33. I've not. When you go into it's the parking that does for you. It's very expensive for short stay parking, so you often see a lot of people parking in laybys and so forth around here to kind of time the pickup pretty much till the point people are out the front of the airport. Because like a lot of airports, there's a lot of double reds all over the Ocky. It's quite difficult in that sense. But yeah, there is a little concourse with the Greggs. I think they've reopened the Starbucks, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I think you should be able to find somewhere to plonk down. The only question, of course, is how much do you want to spend on pre-waiting parking? Do not remember how much it was, because last time Mrs. PSA dropped me off and I just swiped the thing for her on the way out, so I don't know actually what it would have been, but I bet it was at least a £5, and she was only in there as long as it took for the stop the car, me get out, loving final embrace and au revoir and all that. Right, something's on its way in. Must be due another tiddler back, do you think? But yeah, it can be pricey. I'm just trying to think whether... I don't know how far you're travelling, Jim. But yeah, you'll be able to wait in comfort. It's just how much you're going to pay to have your car waiting in comfort with you. Right, you're not driving. In which case, cool. Yeah, you'll be able to... There's definitely... that's coming fast. I'm just going to take myself off screen as soon as I've got close to others coming in. Now if you're in a taxi, you should be fine. As I say, I know there's a Greggs, I know there's a Starbucks. I don't think there's a huge amount of other things, public side if you will, but I stand to be corrected. Whenever I arrive, I'm usually thinking about, oh God, I'm not looking forward to going through the searching bit, because obviously when you're live streaming, you've got all your electricals. It's a potential snaggy point when someone wants to ask more questions. It's all airline compliant, but it's always a potential thing, and not just that, when if you have to unpack all your stuff and then you're left trying to repack it and there's people queuing up behind you, and the kind of scene. Right, I can see a transponding Ryanair, so I can just hear start up. That's it transponding. The one that is transponding is the Aer Lingus ATR. Not pushed back yet. But no question, we're on the move. Good morning, Leslie Hesseltine. Can you tell me why some days planes land from the east and other days from the west when the wind direction is from the north or south? I think it's an interesting one, that. I think to some extent they have a degree of flexibility, because I've seen them operate either end of here, sometimes on a southerly day and sometimes on a northerly day. I think it just depends on the precise direction of that wind. I'll leave it to somebody that's more aviator knowledgeable on that one, but I have stood in this very spot and something coming in. That somebody is Jet 2 from Girona. I've stood filming them coming at 25 on a southerly day, and I've seen them coming in on a northerly day. So it's a good question. I suppose ultimately one of the big calculations is how much crosswind does that actually present and at what strength. It's a shame going to Jim 33's comment about the viewing area, which I don't remember here. I remember the one at Heathrow because I used to stay with my grandparents there regularly. But I understand that Newcastle had that too, and it feels such a loss. And when you go to the European airports, in Zurich where we're going, I think it's got 2 main viewing decks and any number of official viewpoints around the airport. Amsterdam's really good like that as well. Yet we're not, for no good reason in my head. But I suppose if folks thought they could make money out of it, they'd do it. But why do the other airports do it? Anyway, this Jet 2 departed 2 hours 11 minutes ago. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Could you hear that buzzing? I would grizzle like a baby if I were getting a stinging. Let's see how jaunty they feel today, shall we? Don't think very jaunty. I couldn't detect a wave. Small viewer as I've got. Good morning, chavs. Oh, back to the wind as well. Thanks, Sooty. Due to wind limits. Yeah, that's a way better explanation. I know in rough terms that below a certain wind speed ATC have got discretion, and I know some airports have also, thinking about it, noise to manage, don't they, when they're deciding when they've got discretion. I know Sooty's explanation totally nailed it. Oops. So this plane off to Alicante. Thanks, Gary Fleming. Timely nudge on likes, folks. So if you've just joined the show, just found us here at Newcastle. A, I'm Mark, so how goes it? And B, if you're enjoying the show, just drop us a like. If you're not sure, drop us a like. And if you really want to take it off when you leave the show, that's cool. But for a small channel, it really does help us colossally. Something there. I'm just going to take my few bits and bobs off here. Let's have a look. So I've just taken the webcam off now just to make sure we're okay on juice. Definitely eats a lot more up. We've got enough for what we need, but there you go. Oh, Maverick 79 is in the show. How are we? We are cooking with gas. Well, Mark's cooking. Oh, what's going on here? Is this a go around? Too hazy. What was that, folks? So weather's good here, Maverick. Very good. Hope it is with you. Jago McCretin, hello to you. Emirates on its way. Felix 8135, hello to you. It's a really chilled out place, this. It's not as busy as the big boys, but it's got a great vibe to it. I love it here. So what was that overflew? A Beach King Air 250 from Teesside. Oh, Ryanair are lining up now for their Alicante departure, so let's have a piece of that. No, I didn't notice. It literally dropped out the sky. It didn't get that low, did it? But I thought, perhaps we're getting a go around. Thanks, Robert D. And good morning, Robert. I think I've said hi. Beach King 250. So it's on the road to nowhere. NA. Or Nels Air Hub, as we like to christen NA. So that Aer Lingus ATR not moved yet. I'm seeing plenty of Aer Lingus tail fin emojis. Gary Fleming, Michelle Johnson, Jim 33, Simon E. Let's put it on. We'll go back to the Ryanair. You know it's going to start rolling the minute I move the camera. The public demand and all that. See some more emoji action there from Sir Louise. It's a nice set of green action there. Right. Ryanair's rolling. Right on cue. Cue action. tell you what is amazing, and you'll have seen in that shot, how despite it being a largely windless day, that's the sound of the brolly being blown along by the largely windless day. Right on cue. Let's take it down. But no, it's other than this breeze that has suddenly appeared. Now I'm saying it's largely a windless day, but honestly, you wouldn't expect the sky to be turning over as much as it is. Genuinely a surprise. Oh, new member alert. Oh, friend from Friday's show as well, Ronan Farty. Ronan has joined the PSA crew lounge. I'm going to reinstate the fireworks, Ronan. Just bear with me, because very stupidly took them off. Okay, so let's just... There we go, got them back. I'm becoming technically more proficient. Ronan, thank you, mate. Fantastic support and lovely to have you back. And that ATR's going out short. Nearly got caught out there. There we go. Job's a good one. Wow, there's an awful lot of Ryanair tail fin emoji action there. Ronan himself sent off a load. Jim 33, Sam Thurlaway, Gary Fleming, Simon E, Michelle Johnson, HGC and Robert D. Waving that one off. Here we go. Right, not a lot of choice in front of us, so Jet2 it is. I think they've just finished the last of the deboarding. Kind of looks like it. EasyJet are due to push back any minute now. Sun has returned. Here comes summer. Dee dee dee. 200 likes are up. HGC hits the gong. Thank you so much, folks. Didn't imagine we'd get anywhere near that. It's, you know, we're in a small, perfectly formed community today, and it's been a great experience along that way. I didn't think we'd get north of 200, so that is absolutely awesome. Kenji's got the EasyJet orange rolling, ready for our next pushback, because this, actually, let's get on it, because it'll move when I'm not looking. Yeah, that's the baby, on its way back to Bristol, actually. I'm sure that's it. I keep wanting to say Belfast, but I know that's no good. Nick Gray, thank you, buddy. Emirates 5 minutes out, and how close to being on message with time am I with that one? Can't quite read. 11:57. Ooh, a couple of minutes out, pretty much. And in fact, exactly that. According to my flight radar, the Emirates 777-300 extended range is inbound from Dubai, crossing the Northumberland coast at Seaton Burn. Today's plane, Alpha 6 Echo Papa Golf, 8 years of age, departed Dubai 7 hours ago, and I can actually see it now. It's a little bit high in the sky to chase at the minute, but it's going to be ours any minute. So strap up folks, 777 finale time coming our way. Just checking around the kit, check everything is good for the finale. Formula 1 in Belgium today. There you go folks, for those of you in the UK that are with Sky, you'll be able to watch that live. And of course the Belgium Grand Prix at Spa is a hell of a spectacle. Wiggle it just a little bit. There we are. So still a fair way out at the minute, about 1,500 feet or a little bit less than that. Put the brolly back up while we're waiting. Yeah, Michelle Johnson, I know what you mean. 7! Sorry, I'm shouting. For those of you who've ever watched the UK show Strictly Come Dancing, they'll know the reference. Is he deceased now? Len Goodman. But yeah, you always knew that whatever score he was going to give, 9 times out of 10, it would be 7! When you say 9 times out of 10 it'll be a 7, that sounds like you're building up to an equation. Well, this isn't the king of the skies, but at Newcastle it is. What we'll do folks, we'll watch this through to its stand and the folks disembarking. If that Gulfstream, I'll tell you in a minute, I can't compete with the GE90, even running down. I did try a wave, but I don't think I'm sexy enough. What a monolith. EasyJet has pushed back, so if it's somewhere near taking off, we'll probably close out with that one. I'll do credits in between time, and we'll close out with the mighty bird that you see in front of you. plane of the day, says Skated Banana, Sarah Louise, Sam third away, Michelle Johnson. Sam third away's piled in with a block vote. Really, that's vote rigging, Sam. HGC. Daniel Watkins, good morning, Daniel. Hope all is good, mate. I think it's taken the accolades of plane of the day. I'm going to leave mine on the A321. Sadly, we didn't get as close a look at that as we would have liked, with it being domiciled in the BizJet Park rather than on the remote stand. But potato, potato. Adobe Gorp piling it on as well. I got you figured as the coordinator of the movement to elect the 777 as plane of the day, but it is a very worthy choice, isn't it? I love it. It'd be nice to see it in the new livery too. Although we were reflecting in previous shows, we've yet to see it, I think, here, an Emirates in the new livery. I stand to be corrected. And that was, says HGC, number 8 on flight radar. You've only had cop for some of those views. It sometimes does make you smile when you see these planes that you've got on screen drawing huge following, and you think, if I had 25% of that, I'd be a happy punter. Let's stay with that in its full length at the minute. It's great sound, isn't it, Kenji? Great sound. I always find it the best treat when they're taking off here right in front of us from runway 07 like they did last Wednesday. So our EasyJet A350 cutting the shot on its way back to Bristol. So I think we'll close out with that one. And if the Gulfstream happens to be in the parish and ready for us, we'll have it. Thanks, HGC. Too kind. Big smile at this end. Rab H is back in the room at lunch at Knockhill. It's going to be lunch here in a minute, Rab. Timing's fantastic, mate, actually. We are just parking this baby up. Going to do credits as I usually do. There's an EasyJet just on its way out to line up to go, and that's probably going to be the one that we close on. There is a Gulfstream parked in the BizJet Park. If that is transponding by the time the EasyJet goes, we'll hang on just a little bit longer, but other than that, there's other things that you will need to be doing. Tony Rivers has snuck back undetected. And it's great to have you with us, Tony, it really is. Aaron Phillips, hello. Glad you enjoyed the stream, Aaron. It's been our pleasure to share the planes. Like I say, it was a complete change of plan. We should have been in Edinburgh today, and members, we will just morph that show forward. As I was saying earlier, we'll do a little bit of consulting about where to best slot that. But there was something exceptional here. Plus for John McKenzie, God bless him, breaking his arm, because I was planning to meet John today at Edinburgh. Knowing that John was out of the game and that we got an exceptional plane here to share, it seemed to be the percentage play. Seems to have been the right move. Well, let's wait for that EasyJet to pop through. So more plane of the day votes there for the, well, I'm guessing it's the triple and not the EasyJet. Looking at Daniel Watkins, Simon E. Kenji, big wave from me, mate. Thank you so much for your very kind donation as well. Really appreciated, and it's just been great to hang out and share the planes with you. Hope to catch you next time. Crikey, the screen is getting ridiculously hard to read now. Oh, Michelle's had the barkathon back on. She's got some very noisy dogs next door. Terrible. And the trouble is, on a hot night when you've got your windows open and all the rest of it. Tell you what, we're going to go back to that in a minute. Let's see if we can get the steps clipped onto the back of this. We won't get the jet bridge at the front, but... Alright, there's my... Well, let's get to the bottom of the chat first. Check I'm caught up. Jacques van der Berg. Hi Jacques, hello to you. Glad you enjoyed the show. It's been very much my pleasure to share it with you all. You're such a great group, you really are. It'd be nice to be able to say, let's all just hit the pub now, folks, and have a couple of cold ones sat out in a beer garden. But of course it doesn't quite work like that, but that is exactly how it's felt. Right, I think I'm kind of caught up there. Is that Gulfstream fired up is the next question. I don't think it is. Right, so let's do some credits while we are here. And if I've missed anybody, I do apologise. I will catch up, but I think I'm pretty much there. So I gave credit for a previous milestone miss to our friend John the Firewalker, who hit 9 months with us in the last show. Dopey Gorp, hold on to that name because it keeps reappearing as a great friend to us. Very kindly gifted us a membership. I've got Ian Finley here, and that looks like Kofi donation. Again, another name you have to hold on to. Darren Hadley, who celebrated 6 months membership with Plain Sailing Aviation. Chigwell's finest, Keith Cornell, dropping us a fantastic 5 memberships. Let's find the EasyJet. Awesome stuff. Dopey Gorp, also dropping 5 further memberships. DB Bassman, super chatted us. Ian Nichols, I've got loads of squiggles here. Ian Nichols ties me up in knots. Gifted 3 memberships, I think, against this bit. Jim 33 joined as a welcome addition to the PSA Crew Lounge. Oops, stay with the action mark. Dopey Gorp then tested the Kofi channel. I think we've done well from the fact that Mrs. Dopey Gorp was out having a head night last night, and we've been able to tap into Dopey Gorp's beer pocket, which is excellent. Robbo also very kindly Kofi'd us. Dopey Gorp then got another round of drinks in, kindly gifting us a membership. And then Michelle Johnson dropped a whopping 10 memberships into the chat. I mean, the support is just fantastic, team. Finnair 350 from Australia, Dallas Australia, celebrated 3 months with the channel. And Kenji very kindly super chatted us. If I've missed anything else, I do apologise, and by all means shout me up. I'm going to go to camera with the tablet in a minute. I might do it with my phone, it might be easier. Then we'll try the tablet. Going to bobber on the steps. Everybody's streaming on out, so that is all good. Right, that BizJet is off to Calgary. It's transponding. What do you want me to do? I'm just looking to the bottom of the chat. If you want me to stick around and finish with the BizJet, I will do that. It's no hardship. I'll be watching it eating a sandwich anyway. I can see it. Let's not bother with the vote. If folks have got other things they do need to do, entirely understood. But if you are minded to finish with this, well, it's going to come out the bushes in a second. I'm moving very quick. I also want to say a massive shout out to our moderators. Dopey Gorp, absolutely immense buddy. Alexandra Wood, awesome. Who else have we seen today? We've seen Nell W briefly for transiting onwards. Rab H is kept in with us as we've wended our way through the day. And yeah, it was fantastic. This is going to disappear, isn't it, when it goes up? I feel some great aeros coming. Michelle Johnson, God love you. Seen your last comment there. Yeah, Rab, you've got a sense for the finale. Kind of worked out incredibly neatly, actually, because once we knew this was on the cards to go, I think between either this or the 777, it would be the right way to finish. Best have something exceptional. I'm just going to take that one out long for a second. It won't be a telescope moment, it'll just be Mark going to camera and just saying thanks folks, thanks to everybody that's watched, subbed, taken membership, all the credits I gave earlier on. Watch this space for the announcement on the next upcoming stream. Don't know how red my face looks, I can't tell with the shade across it, you probably can't either. Anyway, it's been great fun here at Newcastle International Airport, and I just can't wait to be able to get back out there, show you some more planes soon. We'll do the takeoff with the Gulfstream, and what I'll do is I'll just cut the feed once we've waved it off. And yeah, it's been a blast. So thank you. Right, let's get things ship shape. Going to take the full run, but it's going to be up way before. So just working bottom up in the chat. Sooty, absolute pleasure. 2 thumbs up, Aaron Phillips from me. Rab, have a great rest of day at Rab Hill. Really delighted you've caught some weather. It will give you something to enjoy. Yeah, just fantastic, all of you. Well, while we were doing that, the A380 has zoomed by. Apologies if anyone shouted that one out in the chat. On its way to Glasgow. Can't even see a vapour trail for that one. It looks like it was an overfly, but can't even see a wisp in the sky. Well, there you go. No rushing here, is there? Come on, it's lunchtime. The lunchtime gong has been struck. RSVP, thank you. It's kind words, really appreciated. You good people make the show, though. You know, I think I do what I do here. The moderators team do what they do peerlessly, and we are lucky. We attract a community of people that just make it fun, and I'm eternally grateful for that. I think I've said before, Charles Darwin, with his theory of evolution, would struggle to explain how you end up with a YouTube channel. You start it from scratch and then it develops into its own character, and what we've got, it really, you can get me all emotional, so I'll shut up. There we go, folks. Where did we say this was going? Calgary. A couple of good overflies overhead, but I'm staying where I am, otherwise I'll be showing you this one. So got a Turkish A330, and just checking it's nothing exceptional. A stripy condor, blue stripy condor, but don't think I'm going to be able to share it. You know what the stripy one looks like. I don't think in these conditions you'd see much stripe. Can I just do a little bit? The stripy one is the one that's in second place.
If only Rab was here to see it. Oh, he is.
Oh, we're rolling. That was especially for you, Rab, and it would have been for Les. Les, if you're watching this on catch up, that was for you too. Know how you both enjoy your stripes. Right, folks, take care, see you soon.